Hello. Hello. I'm not sure if anybody's in actually. Sure if we have any people watching, but um, we're back for round two of the. I was about to say candidates tournament. I don't know why. But for the Olympiad, we're back for the Olympiad, and Ireland is today playing against Hungary. So, Irish women's team is playing against Hungary. We have Trisha on board one. She recently made FM. She shot up to 2300 somehow. She really gained a lot of rating very recently. So, that really bolstered the rating stats, I guess. And also, we have Alice playing against, well, Shidonia Lazerne Vaida or something. I don't know. And also, we had Trisha playing against Huang Trang Huang. I'm not sure which order is correct. And then we have Lara playing against, well, these are all very difficult. Joka, Gal. And we have Diana playing against Juliana Terbe. Yeah, okay, so Diana's opening has been going pretty much according to prep, which is nice for once. There were a couple of things her opponent could have played, so got a little bit lucky. She sometimes plays e4, and that would have been a whole other thing. She played d4, what she sort of plays more often. Also, sometimes she plays knight f3 and some very different move orders, but generally she goes into these Catalan or like pseudo Catalan setups. Personally, I'm not a big favor of playing it as tamely as this for white, but yeah, so we got into this position. So far, so expected. Now, personally, she played bishop f4 here. Personally, I would have kind of expected her to do something, or I mean, she played into this line bishop f5 and bishop f4, the whole thing. Sort of, I was expecting her to deviate a little bit earlier, but good that she didn't. So Diana pretty much was ready for this. Now, this position is quite interesting. So first of all, we can say that I think there are some situations where I was just looking at the book. There are a bunch of games here, and let's say Black does not score fantastically. We have 4 losses and 5 draws, 0 wins for Black, and yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine how Black would get anything resembling an advantage here, I suppose. By the way, is my chat broken, or is just nobody saying anything? Is that what's happening here? Well, either way, I'm sorry if someone's chatting and I'm not reading it because I can't see anything. Anyway, what I'm saying is, here bishop e3 is the common move, and her opponent already played it. It looks a little bit awkward blocking in this pawn, but actually it's quite useful. You don't really want to play e3 in these positions because your bishop's going to get very awkward. You also don't really want to do this because then you're going to end up getting pushed back, and then you're going to end up having to trade in a very unfavorable way. Hello, Dr. Zayas. Okay, there you go. Chat is alive. Nobody was saying anything. Anyway, what I was saying is this bishop is quite useful here, actually, controlling the c5 square. In the future, you might bring your knight here. You might pile up on the c file, play b3. And it might be necessary for black to, at some point, undermine this kind of construction with a5, a4 sort of moves to get any sort of play. Because this is sort of the problem. This is sort of the problem in this position for black. There's really not a whole lot to do. You sort of have to sit and let white do what white does, and then you're gonna have to find the right responses. So this is going to be a tough game, especially because her opponent, she's kind of a maneuvering kind of player. But Diana can definitely keep up with this. We're just gonna have to hope that she can stay focused and keep making solid moves. She's down a little bit on time. Her opponent basically hasn't spent any time really. She's at 1 hour 28 minutes. Start with 1 hour and 30. Diana is at 1 hour 14. But okay, not too bad, not too bad. We're on move 12. I've seen definitely a lot worse openings. If you guys remember, if any of you were watching during our coverage of the Irish Women's Championships, that you can remember that Diana was playing against Trisha, and she had an h4 King's Indian, and she was completely lost out of the opening basically immediately. And then she ended up in a great position, and was completely winning after some point. And then she sort of got in time trouble and ended up losing after all. And the same kind of thing happened against Lara as well, where she had a really, really, really bad opening, but got into a winning position, and then just let it slip in the end. But now, luckily, we're on the same side as Lara and Trisha, so these things can't happen. But okay, this is Diana's game. Let's look at some other games. Let's look at what Trisha's been doing. Let's look at how the game went. Oh, her opponent played a Dutch. Interesting. Now, Trisha goes for the G3 kind of variation. I like that as well, although I generally play C4 first. Oh, she plays this kind of thing. Okay, so this is interesting. Knight to D2. She's going to look to play E4. It looks a bit, looks kind of tough to make work, but this is actually a pretty dangerous system, I think. And it seems like Trisha has been experimenting with some openings. She, in some ways, she has a very, very solid set repertoire. I know, for example, with white, she has a very, very solid thing she used to play against the Nimzo, just this queen c2 line, and she used to play it. She played it every game. She always would invite the Nimzo and play the same system every game, pretty much, that I saw. And recently, for example, she also had a similar thing against the King's Indian that she used to regularly play, and then she sort of changed it up against Diana. And now this, I'm not sure what she usually plays against the Dutch, if this is her normal stuff, but this is definitely a bit more adventurous. So Here in this position, there have only been, out of a lot of Dutch games, there have only been 4 games in this position on move 5. So we're in pretty novel territory. There are some games from, some games from a long time ago, not so high level. And then there's one game that was played by Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi. So, yeah, this is a maybe a little bit of an upcoming thing. I don't know. Although, I mean, this is the Dutch, of course. So at the very top level, this is going to be rarely played, unless this was probably a blitz or a rapid game. But still, she kicks the knight out with d5. And then she plays e4. And this is a fascinating position. Takes with the knight, defends the pawn with the queen. Still one game played in this position. A long time ago. And this I like this for white. It looks very pleasant. Because as black, with the open f-file and not much else happening, you are up a little bit in development. You have sort of two tempi versus 1. And you might get another tempo out of the bishop at some point. But yeah, I like this. I like this quite a bit for white. So Trisha was playing quickly up until this point. She had 1 hour and 28 minutes against 1 hour and 20 minutes. But now she's been thinking for 16 minutes. Now, this surprises me a little bit because, let's say this was her prep. It's not a shocking move, bishop g6. Like, I imagine maybe like c6 or d6 or some pawn move anyway is probably what she had prepared. Maybe, yeah, c6 or I see that c6 was the one that's played that was played in the game previously between 2 IMs or maybe GMs, I'm not sure, but 2500s. They played c6, trying to sort of undermine this construction quickly. I think we would just keep playing normal moves, not really caring too much. Another move would maybe be d6, sort of setting up this kind of thing, orchestrating a more favorable break, and allowing, you can't really play e6 because then you would have to retake with the pawn, and that would be really bad. But if you open the bishop first and then maybe you set up e6. But her opponent chose to play bishop g6, which seems quite natural, well, at least reasonably natural. Now, it's not exactly clear if you want to quickly castle kingside here as black, but I guess you do once you play it this way. But yeah, I like white's position. Trisha's gonna try to figure out what's the best way to handle this. One idea would be f4 if we're feeling a little bit wild, because before d6 is played, there cannot be knight g4 as an answer, which is kind of nice. So we would force the knight back f7 maybe. I mean, maybe the knight could go here as well. Could it? Let's see. Yeah, I guess maybe knight c4 is annoying, and then we'd have to play something like c3, and now our position looks a little bit loose all over the place. So actually, maybe I don't like this as much. Maybe I don't like f4 as much. Maybe we can just, you know, keep developing normally. And if white takes, now we're no longer really down tempo. I mean, we're down like one tempo technically, but of development, because we're gonna have to solve this. But they're gonna, and it's black's move, but they're gonna have to make a pawn move that we already made. So actually, it's equal, and we have this nice pawn sort of restricting their development. We have this open king along the diagonal. We have, well, a reasonable bishop that is sort of supporting this pawn, which makes it harder for black to establish central control. So yeah, I like this for white. So maybe this is the kind of thing we could play. Anyway, let's look at Alice. First one is black. Alice, she does not play what I would call the most exciting brand of chess usually. Against e4, she plays the Petrov. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, take. Now, recently, I've seen this a couple of times recently where you don't play the classical line with e6, but instead you take on e4 right away. I think it's called the Damiano variation, and this gets a little bit more chaotic. So you play something like this. You're going to temporarily give up the piece. You're going to play d6, and then one line I think I saw goes like this, and something like this. And these positions get sort of exciting. But no, this is not Alice's style. She likes the standard variation, a little bit more quiet. Now, actually, while preparing for Diana's opponent, or actually potential opponent, not the one that she's actually playing, but there was the possibility that she was going to play against Gal instead. She plays this variation as well, where you put the knight on c3 immediately, and sort of invite this opening of the d file, doubling the pawns on the c file, allowing your bishop to develop quickly, allowing the queen to come out, and long castles is the plan here. So bishop e3 and queen d2 and long castles, exactly. Standard plan in this variation. Now, this is a bit of an interesting move, a3. I would have thought the natural move is king b1, because king b1 is a move that you pretty much like to play anyway. Whereas a3, well, I wouldn't call it a weakening move. It's not the classic sense of, oh, a3 weakens some knight squares, because you don't have only this triangle constellation, but you also have this extra pawn on c2. So it's not exactly a problem to play a3 and c3 combined here, but I don't know, I just would have thought king b1 is a natural move you're going to play at some point anyway, so you might as well do it. But okay, she plays a3, which Lee just tells me is the most common move, so I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's, I don't know. Actually, I'm not really sure what the advantage is. But seems like it's the agreed upon thing. Maybe you want to play c4 at some point and still keep the knight out of b4. Or you want to play against this. This is also a possibility, I suppose, if b5 is coming really quickly. But okay, this is okay. I like this, Alice. Bringing some spice. Bringing some spice to the table. Maybe a normal move would be d5, but b5 is interesting. Now, pretty obvious. This one looks. I mean, of course you can take it, but it looks a bit dangerous. Because you're gonna open the b file. The bishops are gonna be nice. So I wouldn't personally play this if I was white, although it's probably okay. I would imagine, like, if you're a computer, you can maybe get away with taking this pawn. Although I'm not sure, but probably. But it definitely gives you something to think about. This is, especially Alice. Okay, well, actually, Alice at this point, she had 1 hour and 31 minutes, and then she thought for 11 minutes on b5. So I think even more so, if she had played it very quickly, this would have been scary for her opponent. Because, like, right now, if you don't take it, you always have to think about what happens if black goes for b4 and sort of rips open your king's, well, not king side, queen side, but the queen side where the king is. So I like this move. I like this move from Alice, bringing some spice. Actually, wait, let me just refresh the board real quick to see if she has answered. No. Okay, so her opponent, she thought for 8 minutes after after knight c6, and then she's been thinking for 5 minutes after b5, and this is what we like to see, sort of getting ahead on the clock. Putting some pressure on, making her make some difficult decisions, which is always good, putting her under a little bit of stress. Now, one question obviously is more so than taking on b5, which is dangerous looking. Oh, sorry, a bit tired, didn't sleep so much. What happens if we instead take on d3? Now this one, is a little bit harder for me to understand, because this one I wouldn't want to allow without having a concrete plan. I'm just assuming that Alice has a concrete plan, because you don't really just hang sort of a base pawn and a central pawn like this without having some pretty good idea why you're doing that. But I'm not really sure what the plan is, if I'm honest. Now, if you're just gonna take and queen takes, and I mean, you can definitely not trade queens, then you're just completely lost, right? So if you trade queens here, then white is very easily winning, because, you know, everything is hanging, and you're already down a pawn. So you're gonna have to move your queen. You have to play queen b6, I assume, because you need to also defend your knight. And then, now you do have a threat, ish, kind of a threat, maybe some rook to d8, sort of dragging the king into the center. So if this is what she plans, I guess white wants to keep developing. Maybe bishop d3 to be able to respond to this by just moving the queen away and not having to worry about this recapture. Actually, also this also works with bishop d2, I guess. And then you don't get tempoed with c4, but also c4 is not a move black wants to play. The way black is playing, the goal must be something, you know, aggressive, active. So eventually b4 is, of course, the scarier move of the two. Because this pawn fortress here is very solid, and you're not gonna get an outpost just by putting a pawn on c4, because the c2 pawn does a good job. Hello Goku, and hey Waterford Wizard. I'm glad you could join us. Yeah, we are looking at all the games of the Irish women's team. In a bit, we can also look at the men's team. They are playing against Iran, which, whew, that's tough. Well, they don't have Farouja anymore, but still, they have Maksudlu 2700. And Biani is playing as well, I think. I'm not sure who the rest. Oh, I think Tabata Bay is also playing. So, a very, very, very tough team. Incredibly tough team that the men are facing. But this Hungarian team that the women got, also very scary. No denying that. Go cooler wake for Formula 1. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, it's definitely a huge step up from round one. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit of a, you know, bounce around for them. Like a middling seed like Ireland is going to be bounced around a little bit between seeds if the results go as expected, as in like you're gonna play seed 100 and something in the first round, as we did against Myanmar. And then second round, Hungary, I think they're seed 12. So actually, if anybody was watching my stream math yesterday, trying to figure out who we're going to play, I said 11 or 12. So I'm just gonna say they could basically hire me to do the Swiss pairings in my head. There are a few Hungarian streamers around, but none of them strong enough to make it to their team. Bianca, I guess, Havanek, or something. And Dory, I assume you mean? Oh, Fruji. Yeah, okay. I didn't know she was Hungarian. But I think it's not actually even that big of a difference, is it? Because I saw while prepping, I saw some games from the Hungarian championships, and they're all like pretty similar ratings, like mid 2200s, 2300, kind of a rating range. So they're all pretty close to each other. They have a bunch of people between 22 and 22350 or so, like a whole bunch of people. So pretty competitive environment for sure. But I also saw another team competition where they definitely had Dorina playing. Not sure about the others. But yeah, definitely a tough tough country to beat. I mean, Hungary obviously would have a secret weapon if an unretired Judith Polgar would come out of the woodwork. Yeah, okay. I guess just below 2100 is pretty far away from what it would take to get on the team, but 2250 is pretty close. I mean, Vienna's playing their fifth board She's 2290, yeah. So, yeah, definitely, okay, I mean, a little bit of distance, but also I think Dorina was higher rated at some point, was she? Or maybe I'm imagining that. But anyway, okay, let's look at Diana's game. Looking good so far. This is where we, wait, no. This is where we left it. Bishop e3 was played, as we were expecting, trying to control this square. Now we're sort of expecting knight f4. Bring this knight up at some point, maybe. And yeah, that's what she goes for. Makes sense. Although, it must be said that this knight, I mean, it's an outpost. It looks nice, but maybe this is a bit early for this kind of maneuver. I'm not sure if it's actually terribly useful on that square yet. But I mean, of course, it does hold the c6 weakness in place, and you can sort of build up behind that on the c file, and then at any point threaten to, you know, open up the pressure on the c6 pawn. And I mean, I like this position for white, but black's definitely, you know, more or less okay. Okay, so Diana plays knight d7, sort of saying no, don't jump into c5. Which, I mean, let's say she played, I don't know, a different move. Rook c8 maybe, or p8. I mean, I guess this is not a useful move because it's gonna force her to play b3, which she wants to play anyway. But even like h5, some other move, and then let's say this, and then she plays knight c5. We can still play it now if we really want to. We can still play knight d7 now, and now it's not a tempo that we lost. So I might have preferred that slightly, but it's okay. We can also always think of harassing this bishop with knight g4 if we leave our knight on f6. So actually, I don't love the move knight d7. I think it's a bit premature, but it's okay. And then we go rook c1, rook c8. So far, so normal. I mean, the thing is, black is quite passive, it must be said. Quite passive. But okay, now queen to d2 is interesting. Not exactly sure. Does she really want to play bishop h6 and initiate that trade? First of all, I mean, that's going to cost you a lot of moves. That's going to be 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, and I guess you get 1 back. But I'm not sure if it's worth the effort. You can say, okay, maybe we can play against this bishop. It's a little bit, I mean, it's technically bad with the center pawns being on light squares. Pity Ireland didn't get paired against Germany. Well, it's not too late, you know. They can just, if Ireland wins today and Germany wins, they might just get paired next round. Who knows? Germany's, I think, 8th seed or something like that. So, a little bit tougher even than that. Germany actually has quite a strong team with Elizabeth at board 1. And then Diana told me this today. Oh, they're paired against Denmark. Oh, so we have Ellen against Ellie. Ellen against Ellie. That's fun. We can look in on that game a little bit later on. So Ellen gets to play. I don't know. Ellie Pat's like, she was supposed to get the GM title at some point, but then I heard that there was some problem with one of her norms or something, like one of her old norms, I think. I'm not sure if it's been decided yet if she's gonna get the title or not. Maybe she's just gonna have to make another GM norm here or something. Although this is probably gonna be a little bit tough depending on I guess she did pause, or she did not play round one, maybe to ensure that she has a high enough average rating of opponents for the chance to make a GM run. I'm not sure. But yeah. So that's definitely on the cards. It would be cool if it would be quite cool if Ireland would play Germany. I'd be rooting for Team Ireland. I'm not sure it's such a big. I don't really care too much about Team Germany, but you know, still. They have a very strong team though, Germany. I was saying Ellie Petz, and then I think it's Hannah Marie Kleck, Jana Schneider, and Dinara Wagner, which Diana told me today that she was actually playing for the Russian team until now, or well, not for the Russian team. I guess she's too low for that, but she switched federations and she married some German GM. That's, I think, what she said. Diana went knight b6 surprisingly. I don't know if that's a surprising move. Looks like the kind of thing to do to me, because the idea here is, well, not necessarily the idea, but the thing about knight b6 is you can't really not take it, because you might say, oh no, now we're allowing knight to c5, but actually knight b4 is much better. It's much better than knight c5. We're attacking the queen, we're attacking the bishop, and we're attacking the b2 pawn. We're gonna need some awkward defense, like well, first of all, if we play anything else other than queen c3, it's very useful to keep both of these points defended. Now, here, we don't need to take anything yet, I don't think, because this bishop doesn't really have many good squares. Like, the queen went to d2 with the explicit, well, not the explicit aim, but like very strongly suggesting that we're trying to trade off the dark square bishops, right? So if the queen goes anywhere else, let's say e1, then I don't think we want to even take this pawn. I think we're just going to take on e3, and then the structure is really not pleasant. Fe, and then we're gonna, you know, go for some violence. We might go for some violence anyway, as Halvar is pointing out. Knight 93, 95. Can we do this in some way here? It's an idea. Maybe then we can play rook e8 or something, or maybe we can do it first, so we don't have, you know, maybe we play rook e8 first and then e5. Not really that much that white could do, except play f4, which, I mean, this is gonna leave some holes. And we have the bishop pair, and this would look great, so I would love that. So knight b6 actually a very good move, and I think something that white definitely overlooked. She definitely didn't want to trade these knights off. Definitely not what she wanted. And now she has to, because... well, maybe not. Maybe she can play this. Well, actually, still trading it off with the double pawns. Never mind, that's stupid. But yeah, this is... I don't know, we can also move the queen, and then when we take the knight, then we can take on a4, and this wouldn't be so great. Maybe so knight d1 maybe discourages us from taking, but that's not such a big problem. Hi Halvard, by the way. I am you know, too focused. And hey Donal, Donal with the good emotes. And now you don't even have to work while watching. Brilliant. You can just be here and enjoy my voice the whole time. The whole crew is here. Not much more than the crew, because I'm not sure. Did you guys get a Discord notification? Did you guys get a Discord notification? We did. Ah, okay. That's good. We're still not on Lichess because a certain Diana Mirza is logged in on a different. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're good. We're good with it. Who needs viewers anyway? Am I right? But okay. My point was this is good. We're Diana, so let's take a look. I don't ever trust Lichess to update the. Oh, her opponent's still thinking. Brilliant, because Diana was at 1 hour and 6 minutes. Her opponent at 1 hour and 20, and then she took 3 minutes to play this move, but she played it reasonably quickly, and now her opponent has been thinking for 13 minutes. Very well justified, by the way, because because this a bit of a mistake there by White. Definitely a bit of a mistake. So now, how bad is this for White? Like, how bad is it if we take here for White? Well, the annoying thing is that like our whole thing was preventing c5, and now that there's a pawn on b6, this just got a little bit harder. Now, one thing we could consider doing is e4, but now we're always going to have this a pawn as a source of counterplay for black, and it's a little bit annoying. All of it is a little bit annoying. We can just make a very static position here. We could even like curl up into a little ball and focus our attentions on like weakness against weakness and hope we don't get hurt on the king side. Now, is that a good strategy? Probably not, but it's a thing we could do. The bishops aren't exactly, it's 2 bishops versus 2 bishops in a sort of close position. In a sort of closed position, so yeah, not something I would be terribly worried about. So, and a draw, I mean, can't complain about a draw, right? Like the other girl is 2291, so almost 2300, and she's playing White, so that would really be more than fine. Oh, she played a move. Okay, wait, let's see it. Queen d1. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Queen d1. She actually did. She did come around to my. Well, the thing is, go cool. You say team event draw is good, especially considering rating difference. But at the same time, if Ireland wants to win, someone's got to win, and there's a rating difference on every single board. So, I mean, of course, a draw is a good result. And if all of them draw, that would be a great result. But at the same time, this is also, by the way, like, there wasn't a single team upset. Like, that's the sort of the nature of team events, because that there's going to be a lot less or a lot fewer upsets, because it's basically, 4 times as likely that the maybe it's not exactly 4 times, but you get my meaning. If you have the favorite playing 4 times against an underdog, it's less likely that the underdogs are going to do well than if there's only 1 game. So, not the biggest problem. Anyway, so her opponent played Queen d1. Idea being, we don't want to take on b6, but we also can't really avoid it in any other way. unless we want to play b3 and sort of allow ourselves to get these slightly ugly double pawns. Maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing because we still have pressure on the c file. Goku, I mean, it's rather obvious who will win the gold. I mean, you know, it's a real question, though, I would say. You say it's obvious, but I don't think it's that obvious. Like, of course, the US are strong favorites. They're strong favorites compared to any other teams in the field. But it's enough to lose, like, a match, and then you're already in a little bit of you already got to start worrying. Like, there's a bunch of very strong teams, and if one team gets like into a rhythm, for example, Spain, they have three 2700s, or basically 2700s, like Shirov, Vallejo, and David Anton. So I would say they have a chance. Then Azerbaijan's good even without Rajabov. Well, the Indian teams are obviously very scary. India has three scary teams. Let's say the third team is maybe not as scary, but the junior team is quite scary. I would have loved to have like a full junior team, but instead we have like, I think it's Erigaisi who is playing in India 1, and then we have the rest of them: Ukesh, Nihal, and who's the other one? I forget. One more young guy in the second team. What's his name? I forget. Anyway, yeah, so we have a couple of very strong teams. And even the Netherlands have a good team. They have Geary, Van Forest. I mean, then like, you know, we're 3 and 4, a little bit below 2700, but still. Also, these super GMs, like, I think it's a bit of a skill. I think it's a bit of a skill to reliably beat the 2500, 2600 crowd. And I think that skill is a bit different from beating super GMs, or like, you know, scoring well against super GMs. I think Firouzja, for example, showed that he's like brilliant at beating the lower rated people, but not all of them, I think, are as reliable against lower rated people. Like, I think it's a style thing as well to some extent, but we'll see. I mean, it's definitely a chat. Like, it's a real shame that France isn't playing with their full roster, and it's a real shame that Russia and China aren't there, which would make it a lot more interesting. And actually, I briefly, after the commentary yesterday, I briefly looked at the commentary. By the way, I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, advocate for you watching another channel except this one, because Team Ireland is the most important one. But there's brilliant Olympiad commentary by Svitler and Leko on Chess24, so I would definitely recommend you guys to check that out. And what I was saying is, there was a question about like basically dividing up the medals. Wait, why are my pairings gone, by the way? What happened there? Oh, sorry about that. The pairings weren't up. Why didn't anybody say? Anyway, what I was saying is, there was a question about sort of preemptively dividing up the medals, and saying, yeah, the US is going to win. Who's going to take the second, third, whatever. If you're not, wait, what was he saying? Sorry. Oh yeah, about dividing up the medals early, and Svidler was bringing up the case of Russia basically having a super dominant team for many years in a row and not winning the title ever in those years, I think from 2002 onwards. So yeah, I think that says something that we shouldn't maybe be too confident right off the bat. Also, like there are many strong teams, and it adds up. Like you have to beat them all. Although, I mean, it would also take, of course, one team being incredibly consistent and beating the other strong teams. That is not the US. So, I mean, yeah, US big favorites, but I'm not sure how hopeless it is. Well, don't. I mean, first of all, Nigel Short, really. Okay. Second of all, is he at the Olympiad? Where's he? Where's Nigel? I mean, I guess he is at the Olympiad, but he's not playing. He could be playing, I'm sure. He's like a FIDE person now. Why isn't he playing instead of the 2500 on the England team? He's at home smoking crack. I mean, I would assume that he's like, is he there like in person? I'm not sure, but he's like a FIDE person now, right? I mean, MBL, I don't know. Maybe it's not the most exciting event for these super GMs, you know? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe he was like, Reza's not playing, I don't want to play either. I don't know. I could imagine it being a little bit frustrating when you have like, you know, you would have so much potential, and then like it's not only MVL and Reza, even Bakro isn't playing either. So anyway, okay, so yeah, knight to c4 and bishop f4 in Diana's game. Honestly, I hope he was smoking crack when you wrote that. I mean, Nigel, you know, can't take him too seriously. He just says things. The longer the day, the more weird things come out of his mouth. Per day. I guess the length of days doesn't really matter on the overall amount. Anyway. Okay, so Diana played this quickly, so she played knight c4 kind of quickly. We could have had this idea of e5, rook e8, or rook e8, e5. Yeah, let's see what would have happened. I mean, now that we gave this up, like, this is sort of a very nice move if we can make it happen, because like it takes away white's central control. It sort of alleviates a bit of the weakness of c6. It opens up our bishop, so it's definitely a desirable move. What exactly happened? So what do we even play here is white? Okay, let's just say we take first. So let's say we take, and there's always like this kind of thing, but I don't think it's very useful. There's always this, and then we still have pressure here, but I mean, then we might get our pawns rolling. It's a little bit scary as well. Can't underestimate it too much. We can maybe put some additional pressure on b6. Now, if we force black to play b5, then it maybe wasn't as big of an achievement. Still an achievement, because now white has no center, and this is a bit of an awkward construction for real now. But maybe white can chip away at the position at some point. So maybe e5, maybe good, but maybe not like very good. Like probably a good move, but I don't know if knight c4 is much inferior. Although I do not love how many knight moves we're making, just conceptually. Like, knight came to f6, then to h5, then to then to f6, then to d7, then to b6, then to c4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knight moves. 6 knight moves within 16 moves. That's a lot. Let's just establish that. 6 moves with 1 knight within 16 moves. It's on the high side. But that doesn't mean it's bad or anything. But just conceptually, I might want to look at something else to do if it doesn't. My alarm bell starts going off if we move the same piece a million times while our opponent is actually doing something with his pieces. But okay, bishop f4, and Diana did play e5, I think, if I can see this correctly. Take, and knight takes. All right, I like it. Now that's another move we made with our knight. Maybe it was the last one, but probably not, because I don't think white's gonna take here. So our knight lives to fight another day, probably. That's 7 moves, 7 knight moves in 18 moves. We're going for some sort of record. The knight immortal. Now, maybe next move we can go back to c4 and then I don't know. Anyway, it's not even that, you know, much of a joke, because we could undermine the dark square diagonal, and then b3 is going to be played, and then we might play knight to d6. Still might be a good move, and then we're going to play rook e8, and then we're going to play knight e4. So that might be 3 more moves with the knight in short order. Now, am I saying this is a good variation? Not really, but I am saying that it gets us 3 more knight moves for our collection. Anyway, okay, this looks you know, I like this. I like what Diana's been doing. Looks pretty good, pretty solid. I like our bishops, you know, nicely coordinated. I mean, so are whites, but we don't talk about that. Now we do have these hanging pawns, so we need to play dynamically. I can't just let white sit around and build up while we are shuffling pieces. So we're gonna have to play a little bit energetically here, probably. Try to get something going with these pawns, but I don't think it looks bad by any stretch of the imagination. Which is, you know, for the record, let's just say that if we compare this to Diana's usual openings, this looks like heaven. So definitely can't complain about that one. Hey Einsteiny, guess who's back? Me. Guess who hasn't started streaming? Me. Sorry about that, but maybe soon-ish. Also, you're gonna have me for a lot of days because the Olympiad is long. It's a long tournament. It's 11. It's 11 rounds. and one of them Diana might not be playing, or two maybe, I don't know. Like Evia might be playing in some of the rounds just to give some, give her some game time and do a little bit of rotation. Wait, her opponent played b3. Did she? Yes, I think so. So b3 makes some sense. It's a bit of a shame because we would have liked to move our knight a couple more times, but you're saying that go cool, but I don't know. I don't know what it takes, to be honest. Like, I'm always surprised because, like, when in Reykjavik, I didn't really watch her games too closely because it was so stressful and there was so much chess going on, and we didn't really go over the games too much afterwards. But in Reykjavik, like, when I came to the board, always it looked fine, like out of the opening against the IMs and stuff. Like, I don't understand how it works that she gets in so much opening trouble against most people, and then when she plays someone really strong, it, like, I don't know if it's something that they're not. I don't know. I really don't quite know what to think about that. Like yesterday, I'm gonna spoil things a little bit here, okay? So that yesterday, I played a warm-up game with Diana, and it went like this. So I was saying, okay, let's do some opening warm-up here in the Scandi. Play it like you would. And this is how the game went. So I'm white here, Diana's black. Now, this is how the game went. Already this is dubious because, well, not only is it a Scandi, but bishop g4 just not a great move. So it went like this, and this, and this. And then she took here. And, like, this is, I don't know if it's, like, incapability of taking practice seriously. But of course, black's already kind of lost here. Like, this is how the game went. And then we had to, But anyway, this is the kind of thing that happens sometimes in Diana's openings. So I'm always happy when it doesn't. It's a great sign. That's my whole point. Didn't you have a friend who also played some training games with Diana 2-3 weeks ago? A friend? I don't know who you mean. What friend are we talking about? Also, training games, Diana doesn't play training games. This was literally warm-up, like, just 2 hours before the game. Training is not. It's not in her DNA. Anyway, what happened here to Trisha's position? This looked great earlier. Well, not great, but, like, I liked how it looked. She did play f4. We said we don't. We said she actually. She did play against a person who paid her for training, like, to paid her for playing against her. Oh yeah, that was something different. It was just like a blitz match against someone who paid her to play. Blitz match against her a couple of times. That wasn't training so much as it was, work. Yeah, so we were thinking here earlier, knight of 3 might have been good. Knight of 3, and if knight takes, if bishop takes, and this just looks like a nice position. Trisha went for f4. We didn't like this too much. Actually, she played knight to f7, which is interesting because I was thinking knight to c4. And why didn't we like this so much? So we are attacking this, and after c3, yeah, I think this was just like, because, you know, the knight isn't exactly as inconvenienced as we might like it to be for playing f4. But she played f4 and knight f7. Also, I mean, looks fine. Doesn't immediately attack anything though, so... Oh, and then we played f5. So really going for it. Really going for it, okay. Not sure how much I like it. We're not really very well developed. We only have our bishop developed. Arguably, this is like an automatically developed bishop, but we keep pushing our f-pawn, but I don't know so much about this. Like, the position's gonna open up, and I'm not sure this is gonna benefit white so much. Like, initially, we of course had the better, you know, structure, but now our king is really not feeling great. Okay, also another move with the bishop. I don't like how Trisha's playing this. I don't like it. Like, this is almost the Diana Knight, but the Diana Knight had some role, you know. But this bishop, the Trisha bishop, not as much of a role, I don't think. And now, what happens? Like, if we go here, then we're gonna get pinned up or something. Maybe this is okay for white. It just looks a bit scary. Like, look at this king. Look at this king. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. But also black isn't really developed, so maybe it's not so bad. It does look frightening though. But okay, let's actually first find a way to defend. Well, actually, how do we defend? It's not... I thought we could play this, but of course we can't play this, can we? So we need... Actually, are we... No, actually we're just losing here, aren't we? Never mind, ignore me, ignore me. We're just losing our piece back, and like, okay. Now, black isn't developed at all, but... Like... This king here, the queen is sort of saying, no, all my territory. So this doesn't look fantastic for Trisha. Anything else she can do after bishop takes e3? I mean, if you play queen d2, then of course you just lose your rook. Might be worth considering, to be honest. And then we might get some, you know, attack. It's not out of the question. And let's say, you know, black plays it slowly. Well, okay, that's a stupid move because it hangs a pawn. I mean, that actually means that it's not so easy to untangle. Maybe we move our queen back or something. But it's not so easy to untangle here for black, but I mean, it is an exchange, and also 2 pawns. An exchange and 2 pawns. It's a whole bunch of material. That's, I think, the technical term. So if we want to do anything here with white, we really have to do a lot. Doesn't really resonate with me. Actually, let's see if her opponent has played it. Oh, she has! Oh, sugar! Yeah, okay, so Trisha, I mean, I'm not gonna say, I don't want to say that she's dead, but this does not look too hot. Not looking too hot. So bishop d2 and queen e5, and Goku, tell me if I'm missing something. We keep attacking this bishop and this rook. Can't both be defended. And we're down, you know, 2 pawns. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Okay, let's look at Alice. Alice must be winning. I know she must be winning. Is she winning? Okay, Alice, let's say, also went. Like today, you know, this is a very odd round, if you think about it. Like, we have all these solid players. We have Trisha, a solid, very solid player. We have Alice. She likes her solidity as well. Although she likes later in the game to play f4 in all sorts of positions. So, but the openings, as far as openings go, very solid. But today, you know, the girls really feeling some spice in their veins. Maybe it's the Indian food. I don't know. But definitely some spice flowing around. Normal moves, you know, d5 maybe. No, Alice b5. Her opponent thinks for a while. Thinks for, yeah, a long while, 15 minutes. Takes on d6. Yeah, it does look. I mean, I'm not familiar with these lines, so I'll take your word for it. It does look sensible, but also it does look like it hangs. It's a really crucial pawn. Like, if this wasn't a legal move, then I think it would be good. I mean, I don't think taking on b5 is maybe so attractive, but it does seem a little bit weakening. But okay, let's see how the game turned out. Okay, this is actually the variation we looked at as well. This is the variation we looked at. Bishop d3 exactly, and now rook d8 makes sense. And now b4. Yeah, okay, so she does get b4 in. And her opponent goes for the counterattack. Interesting. So definitely some opposite castle violence ensuing. Well, I don't know. Maybe this isn't so bad for Alice after all. Maybe I just exaggerated. It looked really dangerous, but let's see. What do we do here? Now, the question is always, like, do we need to react to this? Like, is this very scary? The problem is, if we play something like h6, then knight just, you know, we're gonna just get taken here, and then our attack is gonna lose a lot of its force. So knight g5, ba, bishop h7. Knight g5, ba, bishop h7, h8. Right. And then I assume like b3 is what is bad, because we're not like doing anything with this pawn. And then our bishop's a bit locked out. It's gonna get taken also. What if we, yeah. Okay. Can we do anything else? What if we take here instead? So we threaten checkmate. Now the same line. b3 and maybe equally bad, I don't know. And we sacrifice. Always sacrifice. I'm really not good at these attacking calculations. Seems like black should get mated in the line before, yeah. Oh my goodness, my computer is lagging like hell. Okay, what happens if we sacrifice? Can we get some sort of perpetual or something, maybe? I mean, it really looks like we should be getting immediately. I guess our I guess our queen does defend f7, so that is true. If we take here, we defend f7. And we're threatening mate, so that's a thing. Is it enough? Maybe. Maybe. Queen h4 instead of taking back. Okay, let's see. When you say taking back, you mean after this, Queen h4. Yeah, that makes some sense. Oh man, looks very scary. So how are we getting mated if there's no move? Just moves away and it's checkmate, or is it not? It is probably, is it? Can we run out with the king? Real question. I don't know. Should be mate, you say? I can see it. I can definitely see it. I don't really see a move yet. I'm tempted to ask the computer because I can't calculate this. You can maybe though. So I'll just trust you. Also threatening CB. Yeah, that's true. So maybe this is not all it's cracked up to be. Let's see. Were there any moves? Let's refresh real quick. No. Okay. So Alice has been thinking for 10 minutes, about 10 minutes. But still, I think in absence of these lines, so like, let's say we can't take on a3 or c3, that still leaves us with kind of a big problem, I would think. Like, if we can't take, aren't we still just sort of a little bit screwed? Because, like, let's say we play h6 or something instead. I mean, this doesn't look good. That looks no good at all. So even if it doesn't work, it might be worth going for it just to enter some madness, because this this looks rather, I mean, the queen's gonna maybe come in to e4 and then we're gonna get sort of harassed. The rooks are gonna come in. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Does feel like black sort of has no choice but to go for it. So the the question is really, are we gonna take on a3 or on c3? I don't see any other attacking moves necessarily. sacrifice. I don't know. Doesn't seem good. Maybe she took with the pawn. That might be okay. But if she takes with the rook, that looks desperate, so... Yeah, maybe this is... What if it takes? That'd give us any chances. No, we're just not looking for the best move for us, but the worst move for our opponent. CB bishop A7. I don't know. Okay. Oh wait, were there moves? Sorry. No, I think this was not the game, was it? I don't really like the rechess thing. I can't really ever be sure if it refreshed or not. Okay, so it didn't. Okay, no moves, so let's leave them with it for a little bit. Let's check in on Lara. Okay. This is maybe a position that looks a little bit more normal. Let's see where we left it off. Oh yeah, this was this Queen's Gambit accepted endgame thing. Not sure if this has a name. Probably does. I mean, must be quite equal, right? Yeah. Okay, kind of an equalish endgame. Knight goes to a4. Interesting. Makes some sense, I guess. Now we could be trading a lot of stuff off. And I mean, if two GMs, I'm not from Ireland. I am from Germany actually. I'm just doing some commentary for Dion's channel. No official affiliation with the Irish the Irish Federation or anything. Just doing some Team Ireland coverage. Speaking of Team Ireland coverage, we haven't looked at the men's team at all yet. Wait, let me just quickly. Ah, my computer's so slow. Sorry about that. We're gonna have to wait. So I guess they are on somewhere near the top. Actually, let me quickly check. 13. So that's 50 something. It should be, anyway. Is it not? One second. We'll have them in a second. Wait, so what are these? This is not the way anyway. It's very difficult to find the proper boards on oh no, this is 1 to 40. I see. Never mind. Okay, there we go. So we're not 1 to 40. We're 41 to 160 something. And then we're like 10 somewhere. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. So here we have Alex Baburin. Do you think I have an Irish accent? Do I? I don't know. Well, that wouldn't be the worst thing. Oh yeah, Diana's game I can find Waterford Wizard. I was just speaking of, you said something's going wrong in Diana's game. Let's see. Are you saying Stockfish says something's gone wrong in Diana's game, or does anything look really bad, like she loses less material or something? Okay, so Queen went back to d2, b3, and queen e7. Okay. Doesn't look terribly crazy. Rook e1 makes sense. And knight to g4. Okay, so we're kind of you know, throwing some stuff at her. I mean, to my eye, this doesn't look horrible. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, that's not the worst thing. Okay, I mean, this doesn't look so horrible, does it? Like, we're putting some pressure on. I mean, okay. What's the idea, though? What is the idea of this move? Because what if h3? Are we planning to go to f6, I assume, because just going back would be a bit weird. So knight f6, and then we want to come into e4. And then, are we getting pushed further back? Is this what's the problem, or a bit without a plan? I mean, yeah, the plan is always throw pieces forward and hope it works. Hope something sticks. Ah, yeah, okay, so this might be a problem, because we would like to play bishop e4, but we can't because of f3, so I guess our pieces are getting a little bit, you know, a little bit hemmed in down there. Maybe we just even go back to d7. Yeah, well, okay. I mean, we're always happy to see g4. Yeah, we might be, that's true. I mean, if we're attacking, we might be happy to see g4. But I mean, I was only suggesting g4 because Waterford Wizard said the computer said it was bad for Diana, so I was looking for moves that might make it bad for black. I mean, personally, I wouldn't necessarily find it so natural to play g4. I would be a little, well, not unnatural, I was just a little bit scared, let's just say that. Yeah, that's definitely, I mean, yeah, with the hanging pawns, yeah, we already said earlier, we definitely have to make some things happen. Definitely have to make some things happen. But okay, Diana has at least she's been trying to play actively, so you know, maybe the moves themselves aren't the perfect moves, but I think the spirit was more or less correct. Now, okay, wait, let me refresh. See if her opponent played anything. So her opponent's still thinking. She's been thinking for 6 minutes about that time. And okay, can she mess up somehow? So always give them room to mess up. And historically, the throwing pieces strategy has worked quite well for Diana, but of course this person is almost 2300, so you know, might be a different type of opponent rather than, let's say, when she did it to Lara, it worked quite well, for example, but I'm not sure if it's going to work as well on a 2300. But okay, let's then look at the men for a little bit, just out of curiosity. Okay, let's go through the opening a little bit. Alex Baburin is also black again. He got black yesterday as well, which is weird. because he was board one both times, so I'm actually not really sure why that would be that way. Like, why would they get paired with another, well, basically with the same board order and colors as last round in such an early round? It's a bit strange, but maybe that's just not something they pay too much attention to. I'm not really familiar with how these team competitions work, but feels a bit strange. Anyway, again, he goes for the same opening as yesterday. The Alakine's defense. Oh, thank you, Waterford Wizard. Thank you, thank you. Oh, for 17 months. Brilliant. Oh, this from yesterday, from the 8-0, yeah. Ireland did go 8-0 yesterday. Let's see. Let's hope that we remain in a plus score at least. So no 08. I don't really think we're going to go 08. But let's say maybe, you know, a 4-4 would be cool if we could manage that. It's a bit ambitious because we're playing against Iran. And, well, I say we, Ireland. I'm taking on the commentator identity. But yeah, but we're just playing against Para Maksudlu, so just casual super GM on board one. And yeah, so he also goes for the D4 variation, not the C4 variation, same as yesterday. Okay, C4 now, and F4, okay. 4 pawns attack. I must say the man has some good positions. Oh, that's good. Let's see. I must say I'm not familiar at all with any of the other kinds of defense. Are you open? Are you kidding? I don't know. So I don't know what's going on here, to be honest. It just always looks scary to me when there's C, D, E, and F pawns rolling up the board. But probably objectively this is okay. Actually, if it's anything like the King's Indian, for example, the 4 pawns attack doesn't necessarily have the most solid reputation. So we're going about objective evaluation. This is probably better than some other positions you could have gotten. So maybe that's a good thing. But of course, your opponent is 2700, so that's going to tend to make things tricky. Interesting. Okay. Interesting sequence. So don't capture back here. Instead, put some pressure on both of these pawns. White captures now. E pawn ends up pinned and not easily defended. And here, discovered attack is threatened on the knight, so rook c1. And we end up with equal material. White's king still in the center for now, but probably not for too long. Bishop comes back to defend against the pin. And queen b6, preventing castles. I don't know, I have biggest expert in the world on the Alicante. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I was told yesterday already that it's his pet opening, but okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. So it does look like, if I saw this position, like, I'm just gonna say I feel myself being susceptible to the 2700 bias here, but if I just look at the position, I mean, it looks, I wouldn't like to be white here so much, I don't think. It looks pretty good. The queen on b6 is quite annoying. The bishops look nice. I don't think we're gonna have too much trouble developing. And by the way, both players have been spending a reasonable amount of money, time. So Baburin here on this move, where he played, he takes f4. He spent 30 minutes, which is quite a lot, but he was also 30 minutes up on the clock at that point. And now his opponent has been thinking for 2 minutes, and he also spent another 10 minutes on queen b6, which this is a... I'm a little bit surprised about both of these, because here... maybe... What are other ideas? Like, you could maybe have played queen a5 right away. Actually, Lee just tells me that there has been a game here that went queen a5. So there has been a game here that went queen a5. But apart from that, I'm not really sure. Maybe knight c6, I don't know. But it looks pleasant how it went. Because knight a5 now forcing bishop d2 kind of allows us to stop this castling. So it makes sense to me that thinking here made sense to me. Thinking on queen b6 makes a little less sense to me. That seems very natural, but okay. Anyway, I like this position. That's all I can say. But actually, I'm curious. Let's just quickly look at the computer evaluation. Let's quickly see what the computer has to say. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait a little bit. I want to give you the depth 12 eval. Okay, so apparently maybe slightly better for black. Computer wants knight a4. Okay, knight a4 played, of course. Makes sense. Getting the queen, or trying to get the queen off that annoying diagonal. And you can't really try to stay on the diagonal either, because this doesn't really... I mean, just... no. So, okay. Knight a4 does kick black off the annoying diagonal, enables you to castle, makes sense. But of course, putting the knight on a4 is like a bit of a concession in itself, I would say. Putting it on a bit of a remote square. Now imagine queen c7, and then castles, and then I guess knight c6, just developing. And this looks very reasonable in my eyes. We're gonna have this kind of square and maybe like occupy that diagonal again at some point. If we get the chance. So yeah, I like how this is going for us on the top board. Now let's go to board 2, Conor Murphy against Amin Tabatave. Another 2660 player, who was also, I think he played in the FIDE Grand Prix. Did okay. Caro-Kann. Now in the women's section, we saw a lot of d4. Here we see a bit of e4 warfare. Exchange Caro-Kann. Okay, maybe slightly less warfare. But you know, fine thing, I guess. Oh, sorry, I'm really tired. Okay, bishop b2, interesting. Wouldn't be the first move that came to my mind. Maybe knight b3 or something would feel more natural. Knight b3, e6, maybe just to stop our knight to come in. But then at least we have opened our bishop up a little bit. Question is, where does it go though? So maybe it's not actually that much more useful than on b2. Okay, so knight b3 now. Oh, and a5, not b6. We play b5 and push the pieces back. So actually, one thing about these Olympiad matches, the rating differences, they manifest in sort of interesting ways. Like, it causes it causes people to make moves they wouldn't usually make in trying to win. I think Levon Aronian had that yesterday. He really was just, trying to create something out of nothing, and in a way that didn't seem as necessary, maybe, in my eyes. And he ended up much worse. When I think that maybe just, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how Super GMs win games against non-Super GMs, but he seemed to to play some moves that, like, I always find it difficult to imagine what exactly it's going to be like to know exactly that one move isn't good, to see how it's not good, and then to play it anyway, sort of with the idea that, oh, I'm sure he's not going to play that, or I'm not exactly sure how what the considerations are. Obviously, I'm not strong enough to know what it feels like exactly to have that feeling, to be like, oh, I'm sure this is the best move, but I'm not going to make it because, or I'm sure this is not great because he has this and this and this and this and this, and it leads to a slightly worse position. I never have that kind of confidence, but at least that means that I don't have to make these kinds of decisions, or I mean, rarely. I guess sometimes you have that confidence. But okay, this looks, it just looks nice for white, doesn't it? Like, we have queenside space advantage. We have these nice bishops. Like, this bishop might get opened at some point. Looks nice. Look at this. Scary. Scary for whom? I'm not sure. Looks scary though. Anyway, he went with 95. No madness. Would have been a cool line, maybe. Gets you, this kind of thing gets you featured in recap videos. So I wonder if there's any metagaming, trying to get some nice game against a rated player with a crazy opening line. Not that this would be an opening line, but like generally, either with like a crazy opening line, or actually this morning, we were looking at some prep for Diana, and it was against the London system, because her opponent plays that at times as well. And it ended up in this wild position where black is down 2 pieces but also completely winning, and you have to find like a whole bunch of only moves, like a sequence of 10 only moves for black to get into this position. You end up 2 pieces down but in a winning sort of constellation. Quite a fascinating line. If this had come on the board, that would definitely have made all the all the recap videos, which would have been funny. I was already telling her, you gotta go for this, because just for the media. Also, of course, it's a winning line, and it's very tricky for white, but it's also very tricky for black. So it's a very double-edged kind of thing. But anyway, okay, let's see about this one. Another 2600 shocker. Another E4 as well. Only E4s in the men's. Okay, we have Roy Lopez. Oh my goodness. Another thing that I'm not terribly familiar with. Okay, I mean, this, as a structure though, this is something that you see. Rook on b8 and taking some queenside space. Okay, so d5. Generally, I would assume this is an achievement if it works. Okay, so here we had our chance to play d4. Might have been interesting. But maybe that's also a bit, you know, we're asking for it. We're asking for just a little bit, locking up the center like that while we, you know, we might get a little bit rolled on the king side. This instead, and honestly, I don't really know what's going on. The bishop looks very strong. You can say that. But also, it's a bit awkward for white still. Like we can't really. It's awkward for black as well, though. Like we can't move our knight anywhere. Like there are no squares. It's an octopus knight that has no squares. Octopus on our own side, though. Anyway, okay, let's look at Tarun's game real quick. Finally we have a d4. The Kanya Morala family opening. Okay. This is like an Imzo Indian, except we also wanted to do a Catalan, which is weird to me because why would we want our knight on c3? Not sure. But okay, this sort of transposes into something that looks pretty normal. And this I like this bishop, I mean, this constellation against the light square bishop on the long diagonal doesn't look optimal. Also one of the smaller rating differentials. This player is only 25-37, so basically in reach. Okay, so this looks kind of nice for white, doesn't it? I think this looks sort of nice. Fake or tempo. Not sure. Anyway, looks fine, looks fine. So I think best position we have is maybe in the Bobo Renegade. Looks quite nice. Although our queen's getting kicked around a little bit. But also white still isn't castled. White knight still on a4. Black still has nice bishops. So I like this. This one looks like a mess. No idea what's going on. Absolutely no clue. But we have some nice space, maybe good. This one, also absolutely no clue what's going on, because it's a Ruy Lopez. And this one looks good. So we have two positions that look good. One position that looks, well, actually two positions that look unclear to me. So I like our positions in the men's games a lot, actually. So cheered up by this, let's look at Trisha's game. Cool, I'm scared. Let's look at Trisha's game. Because this did not look anything like that. This did not look like that. Anyway, let's see where we went with this one. Okay, so yes, she did take on c3. We saw this. Queen d2 she played. Now, yeah, Queen d2. We were thinking bishop d2 and Queen e5 was very bad. So, you know, sacrificing. Wait. Oh, she went to e5 anyway. Okay, so she didn't want the rook, which is interesting. But I guess Trisha insisted. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if this makes so much sense to me, because it feels like we're wasting a tempo on defending something that, like, I mean, if we do this, then she might as well take our rook. Except she moved our queen from d2 to e3, which, yeah, I don't know. But why didn't we play this instead, making sort of a little bit of use of the fact that she played a less than maybe completely useful move. And then, I mean, she can still have her pick. But if she takes here, then at least we can castle immediately. Now, we're down a bunch of pawns, but also black is quite far off castling. I mean, maybe they can just take on d5 though. But generally, if we can, you know, get a bit of yeah, but this is bad because then we're gonna trade queens and then it's bad. So maybe this wasn't so good anyway. So instead, she takes on a1. Knight of 3 takes on a2 as well. Castles. And takes on d5 as well. So this person is really quite hungry. Hungry hippo. Eating all of her things. Well, also getting a tempo on her bishop, but we might be able to get one back at some point. Like here, or here. Like, of course, for non-queens here, but generally. d6, okay, opening up the bishop for development. It's hard to see exactly what's happening here. Like, I don't really know that anything good is happening for white. I mean, okay, most natural move maybe rook e1. Now, e5 looks a bit scary. And make her play scary moves, but maybe she would also castle. Because after all, like, I mean, let's remember, black is up a lot of material here. White has 2 pawns against 6, and white is down in exchange. So the material balance is it has been irredeemably disturbed, let's say. Has been resonatingly dispatched. Anyway, okay, this doesn't look super good for Trisha, but maybe she can, you know, get her Diana on and pull a little bit of a swindle. Okay, so this game also incredibly exciting. This came on the board. Oh, she did play BC, and then her opponent took. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, worry is, of course, Queen h4 and imminent checkmate. Now, what do we do about that? Queen to the a file somewhere. Okay, so probably a5 because additional threats and all. So Queen a5, let's say. Sort of threatening this, and probably be some sort of mate. Let's say if she played this, then we have checkmate, which would be horrific. Anyway, mate in some way. Hey Dark Poison, how's it going? How's it going? So we're looking at this bonkers game between Alice and person with a long name. Shidonia, I guess. Shidonia. Shidonia. I don't know. Very interesting position. I mean, these are my moves that she didn't actually get made on the board. But I think, okay, Alice has been thinking for 15 minutes in this position. Now, I don't really see what other moves you have that, like, you need a move that attacks. You need a move that attacks a3. And what happens if you play here? Is it the same thing? I don't know. Well, actually, if you go here, you're attacking at least something extra. So maybe here and here would be what you have, because now again you can go to a3, and again it's made in the same way. So I think you go Queen a6, then there might be a4. So to avoid that, Queen a5 really the only move that makes sense to me, because you're getting mated on the king side, I believe. There's no defense against what's happening on the king side. So a5 kind of forced, more or less, I would think. Now maybe white takes first to stop any mate shenanigans. I guess it's not technically stopping it so much. And then, like, it's not easy for white either. Like, white's pieces, I mean, if you don't defend, like, let's say you try to attack still. Hello. Hello. Let's say you try to attack still. It doesn't actually prevent any mate. Like, it's still the same checkmate is gonna happen. I mean, this, I guess. So you're still getting checkmated if you try to attack too soon with white. So yeah, Alice definitely with some solid chances. Yeah, okay, let's go to Diana's game real quick. We saw her getting this hanging pawn structure, but it looked okay. Our opponent played knight c5, not h3 as we were sort of thinking she might. Knight f6 anyway. Bishop b3 and knight g4. Now, this looks a bit weird, say that. Going back and forth and allowed the bishop to d4. Doesn't seem like the treatment. Doesn't seem like the right treatment of the position necessarily. And then we kept our bishops on the board. Now, I appreciate the sentiment. I do appreciate the sentiment being like, okay, we need to do something about our hanging pawns. We can't really just play and trade all the pieces and go in an endgame, because that's going to be tough. But also, this bishop is a little bit too strong maybe to be left on the board, or at least to move our bishop away. Like, we don't necessarily need to take it, but moving it away is maybe a little bit over ambitious. Although I do understand why you might want to. Okay, and e3, and now unfortunately our bishop isn't only, not only do they have a great bishop, our bishop's also completely useless now, because this is very solid structure against our dark square bishop. Now knight e5 back. This knight has made entirely too many moves. I mean, I'm sorry, but this has been too many knight moves. So let's just go back. So that's one knight move. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 knight moves. Oh, thank you, morph. Morph quickly, morph strongly. But anyway, that's a lot of knight moves, let's just say that. 11 knight moves and 25 moves. Can you imagine that almost half of her moves were not just knight moves, because actually we had 12 knight moves, but 11 of them were with the same knight. 11 moves with the same knight and 20. There must be some sort of record. I have never seen anything like it. This is like if she loses this game, which she won't, she will win, of course, but let's say she did lose, that would make it into the books of an illustration of like, don't play with your best piece. Make all your pieces useful. This is a lot of knight moves. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Alright, what do we think about this position? Diana's at 26 minutes, her opponent 31. Okay, so time-wise it's not as bad as it could have been, as it has been historically at times. She's also been, you know, in 9-10 minutes on this one. 1 minute, 10 minutes on this one. And then no time at all on this one, which I feel like that was the poor one. Maybe, if there was one. And now, I mean, imagine she plays f4 here, okay? So we can't jump in anywhere with our knight. So we're gonna have to make another knight move, so that's actually already making me kind of happy. But now, look at our bishop now. Like, why is it on h6 when we just have this huge huge dark square complex for white. Now, it is true that our light square bishop does benefit from all these operations, but also the light square bishop is just such a nice defender, along with this knight controlling the e5 square, that e4 square, sorry, that it's not actually too big of a problem yet. So okay, I mean this, still a complicated position, I would say. Yeah, we've definitely seen Diana in worse time trouble than this. But yeah. This is quite the game anyway. Quite the game. Quite like a lot of the games are quite the game in this round. Like Trisha had a really nice opening, I thought, like very nice and aggressive. But then she overdid it slightly, and by slightly I mean she overdid it quite a bit, and now she seems to be in mortal peril. Okay, what do we think about Lara's game? I mean, Lara's game was actually very not crazy, very much balancing the scales, because this was not only wasn't it crazy, it wasn't exciting either. We give up the bishop pair in exchange for giving black double pawns. I'm not sure I love this so much because these double pawns aren't really actually problematic at all. Black's just going to play a5, and then, you know, white's going to lose a pawn or trade it off. So I don't think we needed to give up our bishops for that. Okay, didn't play a5, can still play a5 now, I would think. Like, you know, a5, like a5, takes. Maybe not takes. Maybe not takes. I don't know. That might be the other note, yeah. Yeah, maybe not takes. Okay, I take it back. I take it back. Fine. Okay. Maybe just leave the pawn there. Maybe just leave the pawn there. Oh, you take a knight 3. Didn't even see that. Didn't even see that. Anyway, wait, I think there was just a move made. No, there wasn't. I'm lying. This was in this game. Tarun against Khalil Sayed Musavi Sayed Khalil. Feed. Okay, we liked this position earlier. We still definitely don't dislike it, so I think white must be solidly better here. Very pleasant endgame. We can just push this for an eternity, I think. So this, I mean, there shouldn't be any losing chances for white, right? Like, white is the only good thing in the position. Black needs to figure out how to untangle without losing things. So I really like Tarun's position. I would be very happy with this one. But Warren's position also looked really good. Although it must be said that this bishop does now look a tiny bit scary. And Maksudlu is kind of making use of this slightly strange arrangement of pieces. And I mean, here's 2700, so let's just say that. Okay. Looks reasonable. Let's look at Connor. It doesn't look like much happened since we just traded a pair of rooks. Still a big mess of a position. But maybe this just gets liquidated. Rook c8. Then we protect our rook somehow and keep control of the open file. Keep an eye on the d-pawn as well. So it looks very reasonable position. This one was the one we were worried about. Idani Fuya against Tom O'Gorman. This was the one we were slightly worried about. Not worried as in looked like a bad position, but bad as in I don't know what's going on. Worried as in I don't know what's going on. I still don't know what's going on, no, let's say that. But I still know that the bishop looks incredible. And the c7 weakness is also not, you know, the most pleasant thing in the world. So I would assume white is solidly better here, maybe. But okay. Let's go back to the women's section. We all know that that's where the real excitement lies. Okay, let's see. This happened. Oh, this line happened. Oh wait, no, she went bishop d3. Oh yeah, this happened, and d6 and rook e1, exactly. So this is what we thought, and she did play e5. We were thinking e5 or castles, because let's just remember that giving up a pawn is not what you should be worried about as black. If anything, you should worry about giving up the e-pawn because you think it leads to mate, or a very dangerous attack that might, end up in you losing a piece or something. But you definitely shouldn't be afraid of losing a pawn here. So what can we think of here? I mean, okay, giving this check doesn't really do much because then we have to trade one of our few remaining pieces, and I don't see an attack. So it makes sense that she didn't want to go for that. Any other ideas? I mean, I kind of want to sack, but like the knight's unfortunately there as well, which kind of ruins our fun. So knight g5 makes some sense, even though it does invite a piece trade. No, I guess, well, actually, okay, so let's say also, her opponent's been thinking for 10 minutes after this move. And it's really still, it's really still scary for black. Like, we're up a lot of material. We're up 4 pawns in an exchange. So anything that ends up in black not getting, borderline mated, should be good enough. But let's just say, for example, knight takes, queen takes. Now you can't run away with your king anywhere. Your queen's sort of out of play a little bit. Your pieces are maybe coming in. A little bit annoying is that your bishop sort of doesn't have any scope, like being blocked in by your own queen. But maybe you can sacrifice something like this and this, or something like that. Actually, this is a bit scary, isn't it? Like, let's say you make a nothing move as black. Let's say you make some random move, and then can we think about sacrificing? I mean, it definitely feels strongly like we might have a perpetual or something with our bishops. Now, do I see what's going on here? Where do we even go? Like, with which direction do we run with our king? Like, we might also just mating, maybe. It's not unimaginable. Like, that's Okay, let's say it tries to run to the... Well, okay, actually our rook's hanging. Ignore me. Maybe we should give it up with check, so maybe we should go here. Oh, we're still losing a rook, so that's actually... Yeah. Maybe we go towards the rook, so there's no extra checks, and there's also no extra checks from here to here, or even with this bishop. So now, if we take the rook, could threaten mate and threaten the queen, but unfortunately the queen takes here with check and then picks up the bishop, so that doesn't work. Well, I say unfortunately. Of course, it's actually fortunately. I think she played a move. Let me see real quick. Rook to f8. I mean, you know, it doesn't inspire so much confidence. Let's just say that. But I do understand why, for example, you would discard knight g5 because that looks incredibly scary. Now, rook f8. Interesting. Of course, we can take the invitation, play knight takes h7. But the problem is, after rook h8, we can't too easily go back because now this h2 pawn is going to be under attack. So let's say we go knight h7, rook h8. We can't really too easily play this because we're going to get hurt on h2. And even worse, we're going to get... no, that doesn't quite work. We have to take the knight first. And if you take back, then it's checkmate. So, a little bit unfortunate here. Also, by the way, like, as far as commentary goes, the competition's been tough. The competition's been rough. I think we have had a lot of other channels being live and several doing also Olympiad commentary. And we are not pulling so many viewers. I think Anna Maya is also doing commentary, and someone's doing on Anna's channel and Lula's channel as well. Yeah, anyway, okay, so let's just say that this is still a mess, and Trisha definitely still has some chances to swindle her way out of it. Okay, here, what happened? So Queen A5 was... Alice took far too long, in my opinion, far too much time. She had a gigantic time advantage. She had 53 minutes to 18, and then she spent 25 minutes almost on Queen A5, which is really strictly the only move. And okay, then this variation we thought would happen happened. Rook d8, rook d8, bishop d3, okay, makes sense what we thought. And now we were thinking queen takes c3. Now, are we getting checkmated? I don't think so. Let's just say I don't think we're getting checkmated. Definitely we're not getting checkmated. In fact, here we're probably picking up a rook. So, because we're hitting the queen and that doesn't really do anything for our opponent. So, another approach. Knight takes, and well, we don't have any checks here. And again, if we do this, well, here's a little bit better because after the king moves, then we don't have at least an additional check to get back out of it. So queen h8 and a7, queen h4. But still, like, this can't be what white is really aiming for. Like, I definitely think only black could be better here. Like, white's rook is a bit out of commission, and I mean, I guess you're gonna have to play rook d1, and then you're gonna get checked, and then maybe white can equally run out if black gives a check on a1. Could be the case. So let's say black runs, because actually I was thinking first that if we check here, well, sorry, rook d1, check here, and then we would have eventually, like, we could move our queen away, and then we had this threat, but actually not so simple. So maybe we have to run away first, and then only are we threatening that. We could also, of course, always give this a3 check instead. But okay, yeah, Alice, you know, holding on. Wait, Alice, was there a move played? Oh yeah, she took it after another 5 minutes, which, okay, this one I can understand a little bit more, although I think also strictly nothing else to do here. Then you have to keep your queen active around your opponent's king. Also, of course, like, you're threatening this kind of thing as well. So another move, instead of trying to attack, might be rook d1. But then we can maybe take on a3. And can we trade queens? That's the real question, actually. Like, let's say, I don't know, like, if white has to take, then it's probably good for us, I would imagine. Well, not good for us, but like reasonable. If we play knight takes, let's say, and then bishop's pinned, we can trade off. Actually, our pawn structure might end up being quite bad. Yeah, knight d6, and then we are threatening this, but it's not a problem because we can just run out with the king. Oh wait, oh yeah, because we do protect this. I was thinking we're gonna blunder a pin, but actually we aren't. So okay, Alice, let's say it looks reasonable. Definitely chances for draw. Lara, she's also a bit of a notoriously slow player. I think she likes getting down on time as well. Now, again here, I don't think b5 makes all that much sense, especially because you're just hanging the a pawn. So might as well take on a5. And also, this was like a theme for the longest time. Like, this was the whole theme of the position. So I don't know what she was exactly calculating during her opponent's 12-minute thing. I'm actually surprised her opponent took so much time to play this. I thought that was maybe the one move that you know that you're going to play at some point. You're going to always play a5 at some point in this position. I was thinking. So Lara's still considering and thinking for 5 minutes. A little bit too long for my liking. So let's say takes, and okay. And then, I mean, can attack the knight here and the pawn as well. So maybe this is what she's worried about. We need to move our knight. I guess you can't really take because the pawn ends up still protected. We're gonna trade off, and then we're gonna have a 4 versus Or I don't know, bishop c4, knight c4, bishop. Ah, no, we can't do that because then our pawn hangs it, will end up in a pin. So this maybe, and we can take it because this is not such a problem because our rook's defended. And then if we get knight c2, takes, and agree to a draw. So maybe this is this might be a way this game can end peacefully. I wouldn't be too terribly shocked if this would be what ends up happening. Would seem like a logical conclusion. There was never really anything major happening in this position. Like it was Queen's Gambit accepted, kind of an endgame line. It's a known thing. Okay, let's see. Okay, so she played Queen to e4. Okay, that makes maybe even, yeah, that makes maybe more sense than my... Does it make more sense? What's the difference between Queen h4 and Queen e4? Well, the difference is that we're attacking the square twice, so we're in a little bit more of a forced situation now because we can't really play this because now here, and here, and then we're not only... Well, actually, I guess we can't really take that knight, can we? We're losing our rook in the end. But also we might be checkmating if the queen takes this. This is a mess of a line again. So let's say this, this. And I mean, this doesn't look safe for black, that's for sure. So I would not dare to play this if I don't see exactly how to survive, which I doubt that there's a way to survive here as black. Although it must be said that the one upside of the position is that the bishop is pinned. So that gives you some survival chances, maybe. But I don't know. You also don't really have many pawns, and the rook isn't really... Like, this bishop is very, very good. So I'm not sure how much better the rook is. Anyway. Okay. That's Okadiana's game. The excitement is building. What are we thinking? Oh, are we losing a piece? No! Diana! Dianuka. Wait, let's see what happened here. So, we left it. When did we leave it? Okay, so we left it here. So instead of moving the knight, we play bishop g4. And that gets us, loses us a piece. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Yeah. So it doesn't work out tactically. We play bishop g 4. Strategically, it makes some sense. Like, we want to either make white take or play knight f3. And white taking isn't strategically, you know, what white would want to do. And any other move is fine. but with the queen trade and our, like, even here, if white plays anything else, we're fine, I think. But this specifically, it's a bit tricky because this knight is like, it's a bit out of nowhere. Like, it's a bit out of nowhere. You're not really thinking that bishop g4 should hang a piece. Like, it's not the kind of move that you sort of intensively blunder check, maybe. I think if you do, then you do see it, but yeah. This is very unlucky because, like, it takes quite a few moves to see that the bishop gets trapped, and also that the bishop has no escape this way anymore, and this rook's also taking away a square. So a lot of things sort of working against us here. But okay, we get 2 pawns for the piece. And we have opposite bishops. So do with that what you will. I personally refuse to give up, so yeah. A bit tough here, for sure. Unfortunate developments. But okay, gotta keep fighting. The problem is, like, we have no entry squares for a rook either. Like, I don't know, it's just gonna... Oh wait, no, we can't do... Okay, I'm a smart person. Okay, maybe our opponent hangs this. Who knows? Let's just get away from this game and then hope that this exact thing happens. All right. Let's look at the men's games for a little bit. Mr. Baburin down very low on time. 17 minutes to 10 minutes. 23 moves, so we have a lot of moves to time control. Actually, I never really checked what the time control is. I just assumed. Sugar. I just assumed. Yeah, it's 90 minutes for 40 moves and then 30 plus 30. Yeah, so a bit tough that's gonna be to keep up in that much time trouble. But okay, we believe. And what does the position say? Let's turn on the engine because I have no idea what's happening. Okay, so engine says it was good for black, but in the meantime, it's become actually very good for white, which is unfortunate. Oh, and it makes sense. Bishop d5, and you're threatening this and this. Oh, okay, good thing. My laggy computer lets me draw arrows. So what I'm saying is bishop d5, you're threatening this, and then this kind of thing. Seems very hard to defend against. Yeah. Okay. So tough position on this board. It didn't play it, but seems like this problem isn't maybe going away necessarily. Now Connor against Tabata Bay. Someone's ringing the doorbell. Let me check real quick. Okay. Roommates taking care of it. Real heroes. Okay, this is a position where, okay, black has the two bishops, but white has a knight, a nice knight on e5, and also if it's ever taken, it sort of opens up the b2 bishop. And we also have a nice little space advantage on the queen side, and this bishop's also being kind of restrained by our pawns and pieces. So I don't know, it looks quite reasonable for white, I would say. I would think maybe white's slightly better. And that's really good. Like, we're playing against a 2660 GM here, so hats off if you could draw that one, Connor. Okay, let's look at this one. Tom against Ijani. Okay, let's see. So finally, all this tension got sort of released. Okay, so bishop to g5 is what he played. I guess he didn't really know what to do. It's not like a move you desperately want to play, but I can definitely see why you might feel like you have to, because it's really difficult to see what black does exactly. White's position is kind of dominant all around. But yeah, I'm not sure this is exactly. Oh, this is a nice tactic here. So the idea being knight takes g5, queen takes g5, and now the queen isn't the queen isn't protecting c6 anymore. For a second I thought it was a mouse slip. So black is down a pawn here, sort of in danger of losing another one. And I say in danger, I don't exactly know how you stop it. Yeah, queen c7 is played, and rook d8 as sort of the point of it. And queen takes. Now, what are we planning to do here? So we could protect our pawn. But we're not threatening anything because it's protected. So we're not really getting any play, and we're just 2 pawns down. So maybe you have to play something like rook d6, but then this is hanging and this is hanging. I don't know. Okay, so this seems pretty bad for Mr. Tom O'Gorman. Let's see, Tarun. What kind of game is he having? Oh yeah, we liked his position quite a bit. It looks like we allowed black to untangle a little bit. Because bishop e6 comes with an attack on the queen, and now this is also a threat. No, not yes. Okay, here. This is also a threat. This little fork. Where is it? Actually, I don't know. So here, here, and then queen b2. Then we just double. Oh, you can't do that yet. Maybe bishop d5 and takes and takes. And then at least I don't see like the same kind of advantage that we had before. Like we're up a pawn, but I mean, okay, we are up a pawn, so maybe let's not be too pessimistic about this prospect. Anyway, what was played was rook bd1 instead, I think. Yeah, rook bd1, and this looks like we're not really playing for a win anymore. And yeah, maybe we don't have to. Maybe we're just gonna liquidate everything professional. But I mean, okay, considering Tom's position, we kind of would have needed to play for a win here, because this is looking bleak. Bleak, 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 bleak. Okay. Yeah, so I mean queen a5, then I don't know, like I mean we can't really take because I mean just take here or take here. You know, it comes with the tempo as well and protects b2. I don't know. Actually, no, it still protects the thing after this and this. So yeah, I mean, okay, Tom looks like he's gonna lose. And Baburin. Okay, at least this is sort of a time trouble-y kind of situation. Somehow the clocks disappeared. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah. So that doesn't look too fantastic either, but maybe we can make something happen. Not much time for either player. Oh, clocks are back magically. Powerham on 11 minutes, but we're on 7. Okay, but anyway, let's go back to the women's section, our main event. Let's see what happened in Trisha's game. I'm actually kind of excited to see what happened there. So she did take on h7. We thought she might do that. Oh no, wait, she didn't take right away. Oh no, she... Hold on. So yeah, she did take, and then... Interesting. So instead of rook h8, she went for bishop h3. Okay, we're threatening, or she's threatening checkmate. Okay, so I mean, rook e2 is a move, but then well, maybe nothing. Maybe this to keep some life. Where does it go? I was about to say you can't go to b3, but you can actually go to b3 because this is, of course, not possible because queen takes. I don't know. I don't know what to think. So this is maybe not the wisest move. maybe instead we can play bishop b5. Now, if the bishop wants to keep the mate threat alive, it has to go back. And actually, now here, I was about to say we're running this back with check, but actually, yeah, we are. But we're still down. We're still down 3 pawns. 3 central passed pawns. So, we still have to there's still some work to be done here, even if we get this position. But okay, what happened in the game? I think actually rook e2 happened. Okay, let's see what happened to rook e2, queen a1 instead. Oh no, now knight f8. This is not actually a threat. Queen's still there to protect. And here now we are threatening this. If the knight moves away, king's sort of awkward. Rook f2 pins this, and then this is a threat to pick up the bishop. Okay, Trisha, getting some, you know, some second wind. Right, so she played d4, then queen d2 takes, and now rook f2, same kind of thing. Whew. Rook c8, queen h6. And now I suppose we have to, like, okay, our bishop's dead. So I don't know what she's thinking about here. Like, we have to take, right? And we could give this maybe intermediate if we have any ideas with that, but I don't see necessarily. No, wait, of course the bishop can just come back then. Ah, but then, okay, here, if bishop d7, then bishop d7, and if king e7, we have rook f7. And then, I mean, you're probably not losing necessarily. I would assume you're not losing there. So our opponent, no wait, Trisha's thinking. But this, I mean, okay, let's look at it. Queen takes, rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, and king g2. No, that's work. The bishop f1, like, okay, I mean, it still doesn't look, it doesn't look sunshine, like sunshine and daisies, but we are threatening some stuff. Like, we're threatening to pin the knight and to win it. Also, if the knight moves away, we're still coming in with our rook and our queen. So this position, or this whole game, my goodness, an absolute mess. Absolute mess, I'm telling you. Okay, let's look at Alice. Oh, we had one of those lines where Alice takes the rook. Okay, let's see. These games are quite cool. Let's just say that. Okay, rook, king d1 rather. Queen e3, g6, 96, rook, fe6, and queen g6. But well, the problem with this is it doesn't really quite do anything, because the queen doesn't defend your king. So like you might think that you're threatening checkmate, but you're actually not really threatening checkmate, because you're just gonna lose your thingy, and then Alice is gonna pick up your rook, and that's exactly what happened. Now, I mean, okay, so nominally we're up a piece for a pawn, but practically we need to be careful not to lose our piece. So we can't go to a light square. Well, okay, we can't go here anyway. We can't go to a light square because then our knight's gone. So I don't know what Alice is thinking here. Oh, she isn't. Never mind. Never mind, never mind. We're gonna see a repetition, are we? Oh yes. Okay, so Alice makes a draw. That's good. That's how we like it. I think actually, like here, right around here, I think it was just a pretty bad mistake. Can you still castle? No, you can't, can you? I know you're king's on d1, you can't. Castle kingside. I thought it was queenside, and I thought white was black. But if you save your rook, like there's no hurry. You can still do this now. You might still get perpetual at some point if you do this, but or the knight might come in. I don't know, but like this, at least this allows this whole line that just, you know, seems to force a draw pretty immediately. So I'm not sure what we're missing. Well, maybe this. No, but queen takes. Queen takes. Never mind. So this is not what we're missing. Yeah, then I don't know what black does here. I don't know if Alice had anything planned here, but this doesn't look like it's possible to necessarily get anything immediate, and then you need to defend here somehow as black. And you're also still down to pawn technically, so queen trades aren't even good enough. So yeah, this one I think Alice got away with one there. Now it seems like, wait, how many times have we repeated? So that's 1, 2. Okay, so her opponent hasn't given her the third repetition yet. But she only has 1.5 minutes left. Would be a real shame if Alice didn't bring this one home, but okay. Okay, she doesn't she doesn't give her the draw. She plays queen h4 instead of queen h3. Well, I mean, really nothing should be happening now, because now there's not even the threat of like takes here and takes here. Now either move's okay, I think, because like this knight also, I mean, it covers these squares nicely, so can't really enter. I mean, you still got to be a little bit careful because, well, actually everything works out quite nicely, because let's say here, then this could have been scary, like with this kind of idea of going here or here and then picking up the knight, but of course this pawn nicely blockades these sort of ideas. So yeah, that doesn't seem like too much danger. Seems like Alice should draw this. Maybe her opponent over pushes. I mean, Alice still up a knight technically. Maybe her opponent over pushes at some point. and could blunder. Would be cool. I would support that. No, Lara, what happened here? Why is there a pawn on a2? Hold on a minute. We don't like what happened here, do we? So let's see. a5. Oh, she didn't take on a4. On a5 rather. She didn't take, and well, now that's not good because now we don't trade the pawns, but instead we allow this passed pawn. And now this looks pretty bad for. Now this looks pretty bad for black. In fact, this is also a bit of a puzzling move because you can say this stops or this attacks the pawn or something, but like you can just take it and now your rook's not even in position anymore. Sorry about that, my computer's doing weird things again. Okay, so now your bishop's in the corner forever. Okay, give a check. We're threatening back rank things. Now, okay, this is a thought. Can we get over? I mean, I don't think we can get our king over in time. I mean, let's say we took, I mean, and the king comes over, and then we try to run our king over and pick up his pawn. But I don't really believe in it. Like, black's king seems just a little bit too quick. If I could move, that would be nice. Well, and well, okay, we could, I guess, do this, but then unfortunately, because we're still controlling this and the king can't take, it's not like, you know, the king can distract the bishop from promotion. But unfortunately, we just have knight d5, and that would be that, or even so I guess we keep running with the king, but our king is not fast enough. And yeah. Now, fun fact, like, if we could take here and teleport our king into the corner. No, still of course lost. Still of course lost. Still of course lost. Because our pawns are obviously too vulnerable. So yeah, this looks like Lara's losing. So Trisha fought back and Alice fought back from, you know, quite dubious positions, maybe holding. So now we need Diana to maybe win. We need Diana to win. She was down a piece. Let's see how it's going. We didn't end up having our prayers answered because, as we remember, we were hoping for this. we were hoping for this. But okay, that didn't happen. Too bad. Let's see what happened instead. Okay, we have a passed pawn. We like that. We like passed pawns. Now let me tell you one thing. If Diana was white here, she would be very nervous. Okay, so we are keeping hold of the pawns for now. Not without their slightly scary aspects. But I mean, of course, it's kind of difficult to see what you do here as black. Like, okay, actually, this is a pretty simple way to do it. Like, bring your bishop over. If you want, you can tuck it in here, and then you bring your rook, and then you move your knight away, and then you checkmate. So I think it's actually quite obvious, isn't it? Go cool. I think it's actually quite obvious. I think your pawns are just not really fast enough. And remember, you were also until bishop d5, yeah. Bishop d5 seems pretty convincing. Yeah. Now, making time control in this situation is actually kind of a bad thing, I think, because her opponent also been playing really quickly. She's not been taking a lot of time anymore. Don't expect me to see it on 2 hours of sleep at 6 a.m. Oh yeah, 6 a.m. That's rough. 2 hours of sleep, 6 a.m. Doesn't sound like my definition of fun, Goku. Maybe it would have to be, you know, a recording. Okay, let's see. How is this going for Baburin? Okay, we are. Okay, materials still equal. F5, okay, energetic. F4. Okay, now that's a bit of a problem. Wait, that is a bit of a problem, isn't it? What are we doing? Do we have any tricks? I don't want to miss the F1. Well, I can tell. I can tell. Okay, so Queen G3, but according to my math, we have 3 attackers and only 2 defenders, so are we just gonna get chopped up? Chop, 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 chop. And then the queen on f4 is also not only like the queen on f4 is such a good defender, it gains a tempo on the queen, it like also threatens checkmate. So it actually forces a queen trade. Well, let's say this and this and this. Now, if you do anything else other than, you know, well, actually, I mean, let's say you try to run your queen away for some reason, then you get checkmated. So queen trade is forced. In some way. And now we are down a pawn. White has a pretty big space advantage, a brilliant outpost, and a nice bishop. So this looks pretty bad. Yeah, the sequence was like, that was very unfortunate. I really can't really blame her too much on that one. Like, you can say, oh, calculation, blah blah, but I think this one you don't really expect this move that you played to hang a piece. Like, that's a yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate sequence that it gets like trapped there weirdly in the end. I mean, this stuff can, I mean, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that this happened. But I guess her position was a little bit cramped to begin with. Okay, Connor. Okay, I mean, we created a weakness here. Maybe. Well, actually, maybe this is the weakness. I don't know. But you know, we're gonna maybe be able to. I don't know what we're doing here, but I like this. I like this for white. I think. Like if we couldn't trade off the queens, you know, that would be the thing. So definitely chances here to do something. Okay, this looks pretty desperate. We're down 2 pawns. One of them is a passed pawn. So this looks pretty lost for Tom, unfortunately. Against yet another strong GM. Tarun. Well, so earlier we said we might not be trying to win this anymore. Okay, now we are attacking g7. So, okay, f6 has to be played, and then this gets a little bit weak. It's diagonal, like this doesn't look like the kind of move you really wanted to play. He took his time as well on this move, even though there's really, I mean, you can, I don't know, otherwise you'd have to give up on that pawn, I suppose. But that looks a bit scary for sure. So we're kicking out around the queen a little bit. We want to trade. Now, trading the queens, that's again a draw for, I would think. Yeah, exactly. That was a bit annoying, a bit annoying. It's very, very frustrating actually that this would result in a lost piece. But yeah, I mean, this happens. I think this is like, you know, not the worst way to lose, at least. Like, can't. She played, I think, quite solidly, and then, yeah, things just turned out, unfortunately. Something that happens. Okay, so rook d1 check. A little bit scary, but okay, so rook d1, queen d1, and doesn't matter. Well, I think at least, well, it's kind of lucky that, well, it's not lucky, that's the whole point, but our diagonal is covered by our bishop, so we're not going to get mated. So we can just go here, and then we can just keep pushing around the queen, I guess. And okay, here nothing should be happening, realistically. So, okay, we have one game where we have some chances. Oh, look at this. Things happen. Interesting move. Wait, that's a weird move, isn't it? Isn't this just... What? Can we just play... No, maybe not. But this looks very scary for black, doesn't it? Like, okay, let's go here. Attacking this pawn, we're attacking this pawn. This one would fall with check. And here, then we can maybe make a pass pawn eventually. Not saying we should do it right now. But maybe. But I don't know, I don't like this by black. Like, black's pawn structure is just all around so much worse than white's. Even the pawn endgame, like, okay, this pawn's already passed, but we always have the breakthrough. And then that would prevent this one from queening. Here. Well, actually, I guess you don't have to take it. And then here, and then here, here. So, eventually, at some point, if you get, you know, into the race with it being your move, that might be something you can do if you also, you know, move your king from the back rank first. Okay, let's turn on the computer. I want to know what this says, because, well, would you look at that? Computer says plus 4.6 for honor. Oh no, actually, this is my moves. Maybe I blundered for black. Okay, this is the position. Never mind. Wait, let's go back. After this move, okay, bishop takes b4 is +3 according to the engine, though. But you didn't play bishop takes b4 for reasons. But okay, still very good. Okay, I really hope he wins. That would be very good if Connor could win. And I mean, look. Okay, so Baburin lost apparently. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this looks pretty hopeless. Okay, can't fault him for that. Didn't actually get to that line where the pawn falls even, but I mean, okay, this still looks pretty dreadful. So that's 104 team Iran, and this one is going to be 2-0, I guess. But you know, if we could get a 2.5, 1.5 against Iran, that would be quite cool. Like only losing by half a point, or I mean, I guess you can't lose by half a point, but like, you know, 1 point. Only losing by 1 point against Iran would be quite the achievement, if we're being honest. Okay, let's quickly check back on Diana. Wait, what happened here? Okay. Oh, okay, cute. She didn't. Okay, I guess that makes sense in some way. That makes some sense what happened. So Diana made it messy. F5. But okay, it's not really that messy, is it? Well, I mean, it's messier than it was before. Let's say that. Okay, rook c3. I like. Okay, let's just first of all establish. Let's establish that this pawn wrong color. So if we can eliminate the rooks and these 2 pawns, it's a draw. So we got a mission. We got a mission. A girl on a mission. Diana's on a mission, and I have some hope, you know. Her opponent hasn't been. I guess she has 44 minutes, so I guess she has time to figure it out, but I don't think this was the cleanest way necessarily. I think taking here is a mistake. I think you should always, you know, be sort of killing her off like this. The light squares aren't just not able to be protected at all. But okay, we like this, we like this, we like this. Also, I mean, if you just get the rook in and then you can even come behind and like blockade like this and nothing's happening ever, and you're also probably getting checkmated. But okay, this looks good. And oh, look at this, Trisha draw somehow. Like, if you look at what this game was earlier, my goodness, that looked bad. My goodness, that looked bad. And okay, she found. This is the way we found it. Okay, so not even taking on h3, but finding a line where we can take on f7 and then take on h3 and block, and now we're actually up a piece for. I mean, incredible save by Trisha. Really, like that's pretty insane. She was completely lost. She was down 4 pawns and an exchange. Okay, so good job, Trisha. Good save there. Alice also saved. They're all playing the Diana Mirza school of chess, being like completely lost out of the opening and then swindling. Except for Diana herself, who unfortunately wasn't lost out of the opening, so she couldn't swindle her opponent, but maybe it's enough to be lost out of the middle game and then swindle your opponent in the end game. But yeah, okay. Also, Alice looked pretty dire. Right about. Well, actually, it didn't look that bad ever in the middle game. Like, the opening was, I think, like a dubious bad gambit, but it worked out reasonably. And then here, I think you're losing against rook e1. Your opponent, how much time did you spend on that? 3 seconds. Well, I guess 33 seconds, but that's bad. That's really bad. I guess she must have missed rook takes d3 or something. I don't know. And then I mean, okay, it's just a draw. Fascinating. And Lara, okay, that's unfortunate. Lara gonna be losing here. We somehow got into a position where the pawn came off the board. Weird. Let's say that. But okay, of course it doesn't really matter. I mean, okay, this is a bit of a strange way to convert it, but good enough. Good enough. Just, you know, one pawn, knight versus bishop on the king's side, and more importantly, the king being completely out of the game. If you could transfer your, like, if you could teleport the king to, like, I don't know, somewhere over here. I don't know where exactly, but somewhere over here you could maybe try to hold this. But of course, here you're losing another pawn. And yeah. Okay, and now you're down 2 pawns. And you have the knight against the bishop, so that's unfortunately over. So let's look at Diana's game. Making a really good effort here. Making a really good effort. Also her second black game in a row, which is frustrating. Okay, so what are we playing? Diana's been, I'm not thinking too much actually. Her opponent thought for a while on rook e2. Well, the problem here is, well, there's a few problems, I suppose. There's a few of them. So what I would do is, I think we need to like run up with the king in some way. Or maybe push it. Well, actually, that doesn't really make sense. Maybe a5, a5 or king f5 or king g5, or no, not h5. Maybe g5. So g5, king g5, king f5, a5. One of these moves, I would just say play quickly. Just make her. Actually, maybe it's better to take a bit of time, just to make her annoyed. Make her play quickly. Make her want to be like, yeah. Let's play quickly. Quickly. Okay. Anyway, so now that some of the games, or actually, let's look at Connor, if he can beat, a bishop endgame. My bread and butter. Not really, but okay. Let's see. Bishop endgame. But this one, I mean, aren't we winning here? Like, look at this. This is just not a good structure to have in a bishop endgame against the dark square bishop. Like, okay, we have this. This should be like almost enough to make it winning, right? Like, am I crazy? And they made time control, so I don't know. Like, I don't know why we didn't trade this bishop earlier, but now we went for the queen trade, and I don't believe in it. Let's just say that. I do not believe in it. Well, if anything, I think you should have played bishop c5, because that at least, kind of stops the bishop. Well, actually it doesn't really, because the bishop can still come here and here, and then the pawn endgame. I don't know, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't think you can allow white to take this diagonal first. Can you? Maybe. I don't know. But bishop d4 seems like a killer, no? Like, you can't play here because you just take and then the pawn runs. So I don't understand. Oops. Okay. I don't really understand this. I mean, I guess you go bishop d8. I guess that's the idea. But like, okay, f4, and then we're gonna attack this as well. And then maybe we're gonna sacrifice at some point. I don't know, let's just make some random moves. Let's just say that, you know, black does nothing for a second. If we end up here, and I don't know, black a move, can we just take it? That's the real question I have. No, we can't. A computer says we can't. Computer says we cannot. But I mean, okay, I don't mean necessarily in this position. Okay, we're also hanging something in return. But like in the spirit of it. The spirit of it. At some stage in our lifetime. But anyway, this looks really bad, doesn't it? Like, we're gonna play here, and then something like this. Of course, that makes a lot more sense to me. Just gonna open up the f2 square and attack the h4 pawn. Can't really be defended too easily if our king gets up. Like, of course I made some random moves for black, but I'm not sure if this can actually really be prevented. And, okay, here we have Tom O'Gorman fighting it out. Not gonna happen, unfortunately. Okay, you're also getting mated now. Unfortunately, so gonna have to play f6, and you're gonna lose another pawn. Okay. So we're gonna have 2 losses. It's a real shame because I think Tarun had a position where he was definitely pressing, and now that Connor is winning, I mean, they could have definitely snuck in a 2-2 there. I think if Tarun pushes a little bit harder, maybe. It didn't seem like he was like all out on a win, but maybe I'm just reading into it. But let's say around here, I thought it looked really good for white. I thought it looked really good. Like, I think maybe something you want to do is like take queen b2 or something, just so that bishop e6 doesn't come with tempo. But he allowed this. He allowed bishop e6 with tempo, and yeah, and then taking was maybe worth a shot, but he didn't want to do it either. And then that seems just like a lot of liquidation. I don't know. I don't know. Here as well, maybe we can just keep pieces on the board. Like, if we know that a 2-2 gets us a win, well, no, if a win gets us a 2-2 rather, I feel like from a match strategy point of view, it's not really right to play this cleanly, you know? Seems rather, yeah, now Okay, I mean now we're just gonna trade bishops and then that's gonna be it, right? So you could try something like this, and then when the queen, if the queen moves here, then you could take a pawn, and then you can take the bishop, and then you're gonna be up a pawn with queen in the game. But even that wouldn't be enough, I would say. I would think. Okay, well, let's I don't know. A bit frustrating. It's frustrating, this one. Yeah, okay, so takes, and okay. Queen endgame is not gonna end up in anything, unfortunately. And Tom O'Gorman has resigned. Yeah, I mean, this position, can't fault him for that. That was really tough. I mean, this was a strong GM just showing off in a Rui Lopez. Why they're a strong GM. Yeah, and he actually had this work out. So he didn't play f6. Instead he played g5. And yeah, okay. This is not going to turn out well for your king. Like here, and you don't lose your queen. But I mean, maybe you're yeah, actually here, and then your pawn just queens, I guess. And there's no perpetuals, among other things, because this queen is like on the diagonal. So one check. Well, also this pawn is blocking this diagonal check as well. So, but okay, king h2, and that's it. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's look at Diana's game once again. Yeah, Lara lost, unfortunately. So okay, the match, not looking so hot. I mean, okay, we have a knight versus, or knight and two pawns versus a bishop. Not really gonna work out for you. And Diana, I mean, also not something that should work out for her, to be honest. But actually, like, her opponent's really making a bit of a meal of it. Let's just say that. Like actually, one idea is if you get the king, if you get the king in, and then let's say you play king f4, and then you take here, and then you give a check, and then it's actually very hard for white to get out of this already. Like, let's say you go here, you take one pawn, then you're gonna go over here and take another pawn. If you stay on the king side and say you're not gonna get my pawn, then you're not gonna be able to do that because you're gonna get perpetualed. The king is locked in by the king and the rook, and you can't block with the bishop because your rook's hanging. So, you know, I'm not saying we can win this, but I'm saying there's a chance we can make a draw. I'm just saying there's a chance, you know? All I'm saying is there's a chance. This person has not been playing with the most accurate accuracy of all accurate beings. So we definitely have a chance here. That would be great. I mean, it's already pretty reasonable. Like 2 half points, already quite nice, considering. But I guess Trisha wasn't as badly outrated. 100 points for Trisha. I mean, although this one, Alice, 270 points outrated, and Lara, over 300 points outrated. And Diana, in the life ratings, she was almost 400 points outrated. So definitely that would be amazing if they got 1.5 to 2.5. And as I said earlier, the men, they're gonna get 1.5, 2.5 as well, right? So like this just looks completely winning. Wait, how did we get rid of her second F pawn? How did that happen? Now we also, wait, what? Okay, let's go back. How did we just push it twice or what? We sacrificed it. I don't know if that was necessarily necessary, but we do have another pass pawn. Like, we do have a pass pawn now. The only thing I'd be a bit worried about is, like, I don't know why we allowed him, like, things of g4 nature. I actually also f4. Nah, I don't know. Wasn't it easier to just leave the pawns there and like have one on f4 and one on f3 and then play bishop f2 and put your king on? But okay, maybe this is still winning. Maybe he saw a win here and it's just fine. Yeah, so that's a bit of a puzzling decision, especially because you can do it anytime. You can do it anytime. And playing f4 takes away the whole idea of king g2, king f3, king g4. Like, it's not even a concept anymore after you play this. So a bit puzzling to my eyes. But okay, let's see what he has in mind. I mean, maybe you can just still walk in and... But honestly, I don't really see how you win it. Oh, actually, hold on. No, actually, I do see how you win it, I think. Because you just walk around. Let's say, I mean, okay, you have to be careful about it like this. Actually, let's put our bishop. Let's put our bishop eventually on e3 just to make... No, actually, we can't do that, can we? Well, anyway, let's just think for a second. Let's just ignore this threat for a second. Let's say black doesn't have this. Because I think we'll probably deal with it somehow. Let's just add it in later. But let's just imagine we walk over here. Now, black king is gonna have to stay here to keep our king out. Otherwise, we're gonna win without too much trouble. Then we're gonna put our bishop on f2, attacking the h4 pawn. So this bishop has to defend this and this at the same time, so it means it can't move. King has to stay on this square, so it can't move. That would be a zugzwang. So now the only thing we have to worry about is this pawn here. Whoa, I'm too sleepy to be disturbed by notifications. Also, I don't see the notifications anywhere. I hear a notification, so thank you to whoever for whatever you did. Thanks. but I can't see what you did or who you are. So anyway, how does this G-pawn complicate things? That's the question. Well, let's just play it out. I don't know, let's just say black does, like, I don't know what black can do, so let's just say black shuffles. I don't think black can necessarily do anything else but shuffle. I don't know, like how you shuffle, like here, 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 and here, and then you play bishop f2. Then you play bishop d8 only move. Then you play king d4. Now the only question is, can we play g5, and is it okay? And it might be, unfortunately, isn't it? Because now you're blocking the access to that pawn, so that doesn't really do anything for us, does it? So what we would need is a situation where this comes without our king being on here. So maybe we sort of triangulate, but also the king can come in. Yeah, let's move our bishop. Let's move our bishop. Let's say bishop c7. No, but then we have to go back. So that's not the way. Can anybody see how we solve this one? How do we break through? Maybe we move our. Maybe we do triangulate our king. What happens though if the king comes up? That's the real question. Do we opposition him? And then he has to go back. And then we go here. And then we did actually triangulate successfully. And now what does he do? He goes here. He has one move to waste, and then we do the exact same thing again. We go here. Goes king d5. Here, and again we have the same situation. Where we're attacking both the pawns. Bishop can't move, king can't really move. But kind of has to, so king e6. And, oh, no, sorry. Oops. You go back to c4. And now you're gonna have to play g5. Otherwise, if you go, I don't know, king back, then we come in with our king. I don't think that should be too much trouble to win it from here, should it? c7. No, I mean, this is definitely no trouble, never mind. Yeah, so that we can't allow. Or black can't allow, rather. Which means that g5 will have to be played. Now we have to take it, otherwise what's the point? Now, the point is that here can't take it, so let's say king takes. Oh, now we have a nice little trick. We have g6. We have g6, and king can't approach the pawn because then we have takes. And if the king goes here, we can. Actually, this does help. But okay, the king can never go here, and it can never go here. And this can't ever move, so we can just march around and now come at the pawns from this side. At the same time, though, if we ever step onto this square, then check, no, but then we go up. Okay, yeah, so this is actually winning. Okay, we figured it out, I think. We figured it out how to win against the Super GM. Not Super GM, but close to it. 26-66. 64, even. Now, Mr. Tabatabe is thinking, which I'm not sure if this is the right time to think. Like, I don't think it's up to you here to decide if it's a win or a draw. I think your moves are of the greatest consequence here. Maybe he's thinking about something like this. Maybe he's thinking, what about king e6, king g2, king e5, king e3, king c4. Haha, but now we tricked him. Choom, 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 choom. Okay, there we go. We tricked the guy. Okay. Anyway, I think that should be a win for our side. A win, and this unfortunately not. This should unfortunately not be a win. I'm afraid this will be a draw, and that will mean that Ireland is gonna go down to Iran. 2.5, 1.5, but let's just say this. Very, very good effort. And I think Tarun, I don't know, man. I really feel like Tarun had some opportunities. He could have pushed a little bit harder, but okay, still good stuff. Let's see how our favorite player in the tournament is doing. Oh no, how did we end up in this position? Wait a minute, why didn't we go up with the king? Why did we, what? No, I don't think that's right. I didn't think that can be right. Like, I think that must be wrong. I think we had to push the king back. Like, we can maybe give a check once, but I think we have to play king f4. That was our whole drawing idea, because it doesn't matter if we take this, like, you know, we can take it anytime we want. I think that was very sloppy. Actually, that's a shame. I think we had some really good chances here. This is not, I mean, I don't see immediately what white does here. Okay, this is maybe a more reasonable move. But still, king f4, and what now? What now? Like, if, okay, let's say black takes her pawns. We start checking, and we don't stop checking until we're made to stop. Actually, okay. What happens if here? Do we keep checking, or do we take now? Like, at some point, it's gonna start being a matter of, well, first of all, it's gonna be a matter of, if we trade rooks, it's a draw. It's gonna become a matter of wrong color square. But okay, rook trades aren't really too realistic, I guess. But it's also gonna become a question of rook versus bishop and rook. Which, you know, as we know, not so simple at all. Not so simple at all. But okay, didn't quite happen. And this, yeah, now I don't like what's happening here. Like, I don't like this. I think we could have done this and just still came back with rook c3 and then sort of repeat. But I think letting the king out is definitely a big mistake here. Now, I mean, the king's playing, and we're gonna lose this pawn. Although, I mean, okay, this is also an odd move. H4 is an odd move, because now, again, sort of the king is self-imprisoning, because, like, why did you put your pawn on a dark square? It's a bit of a mysterious move. I don't get it. And, like, let's say, I don't know, what do you do? Let's say you protect it, but then you're not going to be making any progress so much. I don't know. I mean, if you ever win this pawn, then it's probably going to be a draw. Let's be realistic. So I don't understand why she put it on h4. So actually, I'm still not giving up. I think that was a blunder by white, practically at least. I mean, blunder is a strong move. I'm sure white's still winning somehow, but I don't like h4 one bit. Not one bit. Oh, but I don't like this move either. For the same reason, like... although, I mean... No, although nothing really, because we can't ever play here and here at the same time. So, like, if we're gonna play here, isn't this pawn just gonna run? And then, I mean, okay, maybe we have to sacrifice a bishop for it, but then what? Like, in fact, also, what about b4? Are you just... I mean... here... 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 But there's still one pawn too many. One pawn too many. I think she missed b4, which is a very annoying thing to miss. Very annoying. Oh, her opponent didn't play that. She has 32 minutes on the clock, but she's playing some, I don't know, moves that I don't really get. Maybe she's too advanced. Maybe she's impatient, which would be good for us. Okay, so goes back. Is there anything to be said for this? Now, if she took... And here again, we might get into this kind of territory where, because the pawn is on a dark square, we have some chances of getting, like, I don't know, where does the bishop go? Like, I guess it can go to d3, but let's say it goes here. We go after the pawn, and then we play d3. And already it's a draw, I think, right? Because you can only take this pawn by trading something. And you're gonna have to, like, take care of this one as well. Oops. You know, you know, can dream. Yeah, also always playing the longest game of the round as usual. Whole team's finished. longing to go home. Yeah, so I think she's been running the wrong way with her king in this game a couple of times now. Both of the time, I think she should have gone forward. Okay, I mean now a4 still. Oh wait, no battle. Okay, don't get mated now. Don't checkmate it now. That would be unfortunate. Don't do what I did, Yana. Wait, so that means you have to play g5. But now you're losing another pawn, and now it starts getting, yeah. Now it's a bit much. That's guess you shouldn't have gone to. That's a third move then, where the king went to the wrong square. So king h6, I suppose, would have been a little bit more resilient. Not like a terrible amount more. Nah, I mean, just setting up city mate threats. It's not a sensible move. Not a sensible move. Hey, let's look again at the end game. Arun's still fighting, but I think this one has the ship has sailed. Okay, so now Tabatabae made a move after 18 minutes, and now Connor has been thinking for 4. But okay, I think for him it's really not anything to keep thinking here, because there's only, I mean, okay, you could, I guess, pick bishop at e3. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Shubhamronga. Anyway, I guess you could think about, like, you know, bishop e3 or something, and then bring your king, but really king g2 cannot be a bad move. Can't. Not allowed to be. Okay, so here, and we said that this is not possible because of bishop takes b6. Yeah, Diana is kind of losing. Oh, she got mated. No, she got mated in the same way. Oh no, she got mated in the same way I got mated. That's unfortunate. Okay, so Diana didn't see that was mate. Well, I mean, okay, it didn't really. At this point, let's say that mate was not without its mercies. Maybe it was better that way. But just a little bit ago, let's just say for the record, I think it's just a. Well, I think just here, king f4, and it's not easy at all. Like, it might look like you're hanging all your pawns, and you're down a piece. But also, like, you're sort of cornering White's king. White can't really get out of it too well. Let's say, for example, this, and already it's very difficult for White to do anything. Because let's say you can't go, let's say, to g1 and here and play this, because your rook would be hanging, so that wouldn't be a way to get out of this problem. So if you run over, then we do take on a2, and then we might get the a pawn in some trouble, or alternatively we make the bishop move to defend the a pawn, and then we come over here, and you know, I don't know about this one. This does not look clear to me at all. Probably winning. In fact, let's check the computer. The computer says +1, so Just gotta write to Diana here for a second. Anyway, that's unfortunate. So, Team Ireland unfortunately losing. Unfortunately losing to Team Hungary, 3-1. Trisha made a draw out of a crazy, completely lost position, so she maybe stole all the Diana magic today. Alice made a draw, also was completely losing at some point, so you might say that that was a bit fortunate as well. Here, just rookie one, and the game is very, very tough for Black. And also in the opening, she had, very, very dubious position, let's say, where she sacrificed not the b5 pawn, because the b5 pawn really, that's a proper sacrifice, but this one, the d6 pawn, maybe a little bit much. You sacrifice that one. So yeah. And this is how it ended. And Lara, unfortunately, for a long time looked like she was. She had. Let's just quickly go through the opening. Actually, it was a Queen's Gambit accepted, with the c5 line, where we go into an endgame. White just the tiniest amount better, but really nothing much to play for. So now Lara here, she decided to give up the bishop for the knight. Don't agree with that choice necessarily, because the double pawn's really not a weakness, as we saw later, by the way. Lara wasn't able to deal with a5. The double pawn's not a weakness at all. It's kind of common in these structures, actually, like the two pawns against the corner pawn, the edge pawns. They're not really a problem at all. And yeah, so instead of AB, when we go into this kind of line, where we have maybe rook A1, and stuff like this, instead we got into a position where Black can create this passed pawn, and it gets way too active way too quickly. And, well, then just trades off into a very trivially winning endgame. Here, White has to defend the pawn, otherwise you're going to lose this one, but instead you lose the h pawn, and then 2 versus 4, and also with the worst minor piece in this case. So, nothing much to do there. So I guess let's switch over to the men's team and watch Conor Murphy put away his 2664 rated opponent, Amin Tabatabai. Yeah, so this is going to be, this is pretty straightforward. As we demonstrated earlier, well, actually, it's not that straightforward. Let's go through it again. So we bring our king in. Black really doesn't have anything better but to shuffle a little bit. So you have to shuffle as well. Now, something like this here, then you make him wait. You have to actually wait, and this doesn't quite seem like the easiest way. Maybe you shouldn't play bishop d3 or king d3 in this position. Maybe you should actually move around, and only when the king steps up should you go to d3, and then here it's kind of a zugzwang. So here, black has to make a move. G6 costs 1. Then you sort of triangulate. Here, and then you come back. And now black doesn't have any moves left. Bishop can't move because of this. Because both these pawns are attacked. King can't move because otherwise the white king's gonna enter, and that's gonna be that. And finally, you can't really play g5 because f takes, and if you take here, you have this nice little move g6 because the king can't go here again because of this. Bishop still can't move because of this and this. And the king's gonna run out of moves, really. You just gotta be careful to not make a couple of silly moves, I guess. So actually, in this case, it even starts working again, because no longer do you have g5, where then the pawn can no longer be immune because this bishop's no longer attacking here. So yeah, should be a fairly easy win here. And unfortunately, okay, Tarun did end up making a draw. A shame. As we said earlier, I think Tarun had some good opportunities, but of course he's also playing someone a bit stronger than him, GM. So yeah, still a good result. So Ireland is going to lose to Iran 1.5, 2.5, which, very, very respectable score, especially considering that Alex Baburin had a very good position against Parham Maghsoodloo, to be honest. Very, very good position out of the opening. Very tricky Alekan's defense. Yeah, and okay, Tom O'Gorman, he got into real trouble out of Ruy Lopez, and that was actually a fairly clean game by Irani. Quite convincing, we're gonna be honest. But okay, let's look at some results. Okay, Gukesh 1, Pragnananda 1, Ariban 1. So that means India is doing well. Wait, Gukesh, no, that's India 2 actually, isn't it? So this is actually not the first boards. India 2 is winning. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see what else is going on. So India won. Krishna Who are they playing actually? Against Moldova. Okay. Yeah, so India 2 against Moldova. That's a win for Krishna, a draw for a Gaisi, and a win for Narayanan. So India wins against Moldova. US against, I think this is Colombia, Bachman. Draw against Karana. Great. Another draw against Wesley. Great. Another draw against Shankland. Great, but unfortunately, a loss to Dominguez. Shame, shame, shame. Almost. See, everybody's saying US crazy favorites, blah blah, can't lose, guaranteed first place. Already almost dropped a match point here to the team from Colombia. So, what to say about that? Also, Aronian drew yesterday, immediately got rested. My goodness, tough. I think Robert Hess might be coaching. If I'm not wrong, or accompanying. I don't know. He's not captain, but okay. Georg Meyer against Magnus Carlsen. Also looks like a draw. Fantastic as well. Georg. Switching. This is, by the way, not Germany. If anybody knows Georg Meyer, he's German, but he's playing for Uruguay here. Okay, so Tauri wins. Hammer. I mean, it doesn't look like he's winning. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some chances. And Christensen wins. Okay, so Norway also wins against Uruguay. Next, Ukraine. Oh no, this is Spain. Never mind. Spain against Belgium. Shirov wins. Makes it 2 out of 2. Valeo Pons wins. David Anton. Okay, probably not winning this one. And Iturizaga, by the way, I don't know if anybody knows this, but Iturizaga, wasn't he playing for a different team? Like, was he always Spanish? Or was he not, like, some sort of South American nationality? I'm not sure what exactly, but maybe I'm wrong about that, but I thought I had that in my mind. Anyway, okay, Poland, Wojciech. I'm not sure who this other team is. Can't be bothered to check if I'm going to be honest. And then there's South American one, apparently. Or Latin American. Maybe Mexico? I don't know. Peru? I really don't know what team that is, but actually I could just check it. Let's just check it. Let's check it then. Fine, fine. Oh, Colombia. That one, okay. Okay, anyway, wait a minute. There we go. Okay, so Poland against whatever I just said. That's a 2-0 draw 3-1. Oh no, this is Mamedov. This is already Azerbaijan. Not letting or not having Mamedyarov play yet. So drawn park, board 1, park, board 1, win on board 2, draw on board 3, win on board 1. So Azerbaijan also wins 3-1. Unforaced. Also Giri resting again. Interesting. Giri not playing in the first 2 rounds. This is Netherlands against Portugal. So 2 draws. Bach is still playing. It looks like Benjamin Bach, well, okay, as a queen or no queen, which is generally considered advantageous. And Warmerdam won as well. Okay, so Netherlands wins against Portugal. Now this is Ukraine, our favorite player in the whole world, Anton Korolov, special friend of the stream. I don't know why I'm going through the game, I don't really care. Korolov wins. Kuzubov probably draw. Shevchenko wins and Onishuk wins. That means 3-1 at least. Maybe 4-0. No, 3.5 actually. Probably gonna be. Now Germany against Finland. My actually 2 countries very close to my heart. Obviously, I'm from Germany. Not that that would be why they're close to my heart, but also I have lived in Finland for 1.5 years, for Erasmus and then for work for a little while, and one of my favorite countries in the whole world. So let's see. Germany draw. It's scary. But then we have 2 wins on the bottom 2 boards. Germany also a very even team. Heimer also resting a 2nd game in a row. But all of them are somewhere in between 2640 and 2690. So a very evenly spread team. Winning 3-1. Okay, this is England against I don't know, Singapore. Okay, England against Singapore. Mickey Adams draw after resting yesterday. David Howell. I don't know. Maybe draw. Maybe. At least not obviously winning. Wayne Jones draw. Scary stuff. England maybe dropping a little bit of a point here. I know, okay. Robbie seems to be taking care of business here. This looks a bit scary. So Robbie probably winning. Good for them, because that would be a shame. Okay, he played d4, which I don't get, really. What happens if we... I mean, I don't see necessarily how you escape checkmate, but maybe there's a way, I don't know. But I guess he didn't also have a lot of time left. So, looks like the top teams are all taking care of business, although it must be said that England has been cutting it close. So let's look a little bit at the women's section. Okay, let's see. India looks like winning. This is Turkey against Ukraine, I think. And Ekaterina Atalik actually beating Maria Muzishuk. And Shenina winning though. And Julia Osmak winning. So it's down to this game. Duru Okuyas against Natalia Buksa, and well, looks like optically like black's better, but anyway, probably not gonna lose this. Might happen, but looks like Ukraine should be winning, even though they lost on board 1. So this is Georgia against I don't know. Lithuania. Georgia against Lithuania. Um, 1-0 Georgia, 2-0 Georgia. Wait, is it? No. Is it? These names, I can't really tell who's from which country, to be honest. But I think Georgia should be the higher rated one. It should be from Georgia, so I'm just assuming that Georgia 2-0, 2.5 half. So already locked it up. Okay, but here it looks like they're losing. Because I think that the rook and bishop are not going to be able to hold these pawns. But we shall see. Or not, maybe, because I'm not sure if we're gonna keep streaming. Okay, next, Alina Kashlinskaya. I thought she was Russian, but I guess she's playing for Poland then. And they're playing against Croatia, judging by the people. So draw, win for Poland, win for Poland, and win for Poland, so 3.5 half. Okay, this is France against, I want to say something like Lebanon or something. Egypt, sure. Not what I would call close, but also not, the worst guess in the world. I wish they could have like flags somewhere so you wouldn't have to go to the pairings if you don't know any of the players. Okay, so white is winning this one easily. So that's 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0 for France. Next one. This is okay, I can't. Okay, this is Azerbaijan against Finland. Okay, let's go Finland. Let's go Finland. Okay, loss. Okay, it looks like a 0-4 for Finland, but good try. No. I think we're scoring a point here. Are we? Computer says we're scoring a point anyway. Okay, US against, I don't know why I even try to remember the other pairings. Uzbekistan. US against Uzbekistan. Rush wins. Zatomsky wins. Tatev wins. So 3-0. 3.5 probably. Carissa, yep, it doesn't seem like she's breaking through for the 4-0. Okay, next one is Germany against Denmark with Ellen Nielsen, former or fellow streamer. On board one against Josefina Heinemann. Actually, that's funny because yesterday Elizabeth Pats played, I think, and today against Denmark she's getting arrested, which is quite funny to me. Okay, let's see what we are playing here. And Enzo Indian. E3. Okay, the ambitious system, let's say. Okay, pretty mainline stuff. Hanging pawns for black. Pawn structure wise, a bit similar to what we had today. So far, so good, I would say, for white. Oh, and then invites her own queen to get kicked around a little bit. Oh, and the knight comes in. Okay, I mean, that was a weird move. Let's call this a weird move, queen d3. Let's call it a bit strange, yeah? So inviting c4 with tempo and inviting the knight right in. Okay, we do get rid of it again, sort of. Now we have a different knight on e4. Not all that much better. Yeah, and then finally we lose a pawn. Oh. Okay, what? I guess that wasn't really a... I don't... Was she just like, oh, mate me, or... I don't know. She just wanted to get mated on the board. Just moved her rook away so she could get mated. Okay, so 1-0 Germany. Second game still going. Hannah-Marie Kleck against Susanne Name. Okay, look at this one. I mean, black has an extra piece, but white has a pawn that's dangerous, but also, well, the question really is, can you just give up your bishop? Then it's very easy, but does the king, does the rook get into position in time? It's a bit close on the fourth rank. So I mean, I can't move anything at all. Okay, so this was the question. Can white do this? Now, let's see. So I think technique-wise, either play rook c1 or rook b2, because if you play, let's say if you play king b2, then I think it's a draw, because now check, and then you're gonna get stuck in the corner, and then you're not gonna get out of the corner anymore. Let's say I don't know, white moves a king closer, and you try to do this. You can, and then you take, but at the same time, white's king is gonna come, and you're not gonna get out of the corner. You can't go this way, so if you try to go this way, you lose the pawn. So if you do this, you're just gonna get checked, and you try to run around. Well, I mean, there's no around because the king's there. So yeah, this would be a draw. But instead, if you play, let's say, rook c1, and you try a similar thing, well, I don't know, just check or something, and then you come in with the king, and now if you give a check here, that's not a problem because we block like this, and now we have an extra square for our king to get out, and our rook to shield. Now if we try to get around like this, we just take the pawn, and then if they want to lock us in, still aren't yet caught in the corner, and we can move out and make a queen. How are Ireland getting on? Well, Ireland's games are over. The women's team lost 3-1 against Hungary, with Alice and Trisha making draws. From both of them had lost positions, and Diana and Laura losing. Laura had, it's actually a bit of a curse. So both Alice and Trisha were like in real trouble out of the opening, and well, Trisha was actually just completely lost, but even Alice was in real trouble out of the opening. But they managed to swindle their way into a draw, whereas Diana, for a change, got a quite solid opening position and just got like into a really unfortunate position where there was some combination. Like, actually, I didn't particularly love her opening position. Like, I think it's objectively good, but it's very difficult to play, really. Like, it was a hanging pawn structure. I can find it at some point. I'll show you it. But it was a real tough position to play. So yeah, she eventually got into a really strange combination that ended up in her losing a piece, and then she fought for a while, and she fought back really well, but eventually she almost like got into a position where she had some real drawing chances, but then let it slip. And yeah, and Lara played an endgame out of a Queen's Gambit accepted. Was pretty much dead equal the whole game, and then she made one blunder, allowed a passed pawn, and it was pretty over pretty quickly. Okay, and then we had the men's team, who were struggling at the start. They were actually doing well. Baburin was doing well, but Tomo Gorman got a bad position out of the opening. The others were looking okay. Baburin eventually ended up losing after a pretty tough game, but okay, he was playing a super GM, Farm Maksudlu from Iran. And yeah, eventually he couldn't hold him anymore, but he put up a very good fight and actually got a really good position out of the opening. His pet Aliekin's defense. And Conor Murphy actually beat Amin Tabatabai. Very, very nice game out of a exchange Caro-Kann. Can show it here. So actually, like a pretty big mess. Should be quite equal for most of the time, and then his opponent started doing some very strange things, starting with Bishop b4, where we were thinking just taking it would have given him a strong chance of winning, but it didn't end up that way. So he gave a couple of checks, chased the queen around a little bit, and now his opponent, very puzzlingly, very puzzlingly, he must have thought that he must lose otherwise, because it was one move away from time control, and he did this and ends up in a completely lost endgame. And yeah, I think it's actually pretty easy to win this. I didn't quite get why you wanted to do it this way. With f4, I thought it was easier to just bring your king, force the king to sort of stay here, and then bring the king up, then play f3, king back, and now the king can never get in. Bishop's always tied down, and now eventually you can just get through here. But he decided to go for this way, and eventually you just walk your king in, you zugzwang your opponent, make him play f5, and then okay, here you could of course take on h4, but another move, cool kind of move would have been g6, because the king can't step over because of this, and there's nothing black can do anymore. Played a couple more moves, but yeah, I mean, nothing to be done, of course. And again, zugzwang, because actually the bishop is just trapped, hasn't got any squares. So the king has to move, give up his pawn, and the pawns are just promoting. And then Tomo Gorman, as I said, difficult game out of a Rui Lopez. And Tarun really had some chances around. I mean, okay, in the end it was a dead draw, but we thought here that right around this point, this doesn't look really like very nice for black, and maybe something like queen b2 at some point, not allowing bishop e6 with tempo against the queen, and sort of unburdening against this g6, g6, e7 pawn. I don't know how I come up with these things. Yeah, but eventually it's all sort of liquidated into a draw. Well, okay, that's about it, I think, for our coverage. Let's just look for a couple more games. Actually, I wanted to look for how Zoe Varney was playing another streamer. It was England. England is playing on board nowhere. Board 21. Okay, that's actually further down than I would have anticipated. Wait, so that's 80 something. Oh yeah, so Jovanka. Wins 'Wins, and Zoe wins. So 4-0 England. Not bad. Not bad. And also we watched to look at Moldova, where Valentina's playing. That's board 14. Match 14. Where is this? Oh yeah, let's see where Eileen Rovers is doing. She is not doing so well. Up and coming talent, but okay. Let's see. Where is Moldova? Okay, let me control F it. Valentina here. She's still playing. Oh, okay. Looks a touch complicated. Oh, actually, it doesn't look a touch complicated. It's just a perpetual. Yeah, it's just a perpetual. Nothing to do here for white. Yeah, for 2 extra pawns, but you got yourself in a corner. I hate to say it. You put yourself in a corner. Was doing quite well though against the much higher rated opponent. Interesting. But allowed this, and well, that's the game. And finally, I guess we could also look at Lula Robs for anyone interested. Although I guess she has her own stream. Or actually, this is the. Wait a minute. Oh, they're not being loaded. I see. I see. How rude. Okay, my computer is being very slow. So this is board 101, or rather match 101. So that's board 400 and something. But I don't think we have those, do we? It only says until 300 and something. Wait, but we should have it because I'm sure I saw the stream, like her channel stream. Oh, and we see that the round is in the books. I think all the games are done. Okay, it doesn't let me look at the games. That means this is the time where we end. This is the time where we end the stream. Who are we rating? That's a fair question. Glad you asked. Who's streaming? Alessia. I don't know. I guess let's raid Anamaya. Anamaya. I think she has also been doing some commentary or something. Let's raid her. How do I do it? Raid / raid or something? / raid. Okay, I think we're raiding officially. Okay, that's it. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Have a good day, everyone, if there's actually anybody here. Not convinced. Okay, see you next time. See you tomorrow for round 3. Ireland is going to be, well, they're ping-ponging around a little bit for now, playing a high-rated, a very high-rated team. Hungary was like 12th seed or something like that. So very high-rated team today. I'm gonna be playing someone weaker tomorrow, but you know, I think they did well. Definitely had some chances to do even better. But we're gonna see. And the men also, same kind of story. Tomorrow I think they should be solid favorites against whoever they play again, I would imagine, because there's gonna be quite some lower teams. Although I'm not entirely sure. They might get like a middling team, so might be a fair fight. And yeah, we'll see anyway tomorrow, and I'll see you then.